Good morning, members, and welcome to the last meeting of Communities Committee this calendar year. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Can I remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off their video when you are not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write speak in the Teams chat function, and you'll be invited to speak in order about new issues. Should your question or issues be raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so that we deal with the business as efficiently as possible. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting for any reason, can I remind you to either put leave in the Teams meeting for that period of time, or you could write leave in the Teams chat function and then join. This will allow us to monitor member presence. We have a full agenda of business, and I would appreciate members' support for ensuring that we deal with this effectively and focus our contributions on the strategic issues presented before us. Claire, can you provide the SEDR indicating who's participating remotely, and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. For the benefit of everybody on Teams, I can confirm we've got 3 members present in the Council Hall today, being the Vice Chair and Councillor Scobie and Stitt. I'm not aware of any apologies. Currently, Councillor Tookie Campbell not present, and Councillor Wood and Councillor Dempster and McGregor and Tate.
I can tell you that Councillor Dougie Campbell emailed me last night to say that he was ill and unable to attend today. So if you could note that, please.
Yes, certainly. And of course, I should say that all other members present by Teams.
Chairman, can I come in on that one, please?
Yeah. Is that Ian, yeah?
Yeah, we had a, sorry, I couldn't quite find my button for speak. We had a pre-meeting with the group this morning, and Councillor Woods was having extreme difficulty with connection, so that may very well. He is certainly trying to come on.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. And I think there's a bit in here I need to give him a permission to be people to participate remotely, including myself. So that's given. Vice Chair, John, you've got something.
Well, as I say, members will see that item 22 of today's agenda is a report in relation to transport transformation. I would just like to highlight at this stage the success the Council had at Friday's Scottish Transport News Rewards, winning the Scottish Environmental Operator of the Year. The service very much recognises that while there is ongoing work ahead, this award indicates the approach to date is having a positive impact. So that was on Friday at Crown Plaza in Glasgow. They won the Environmental Operator of the Year award. Okay.
Thanks very much, John. That's good news. I'll move on to declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest? I'm declaring an interest in item number 25, and will take no part, and the Vice Chair will conduct the meeting for that particular piece of business. Okay, that's the major event strategy. Given that 2 of my family are involved in one of the events that we're seeking funding for, so I'll recuse myself from that part, and John will take the chair for that item on the agenda. Anyone else? No. In that case, then we'll move on to item 4, the minute of the ad hoc subcommittee minutes for approving. Are we happy to approve?
Approved.
Thank you.
Chair, we skip past item 3.
No, sorry, the minute of the last meeting. That's what I just did. I thought minute of the last meeting, 5th October. I got mixed up there. Sorry. So item 3, it's a minute of the last meeting. Are we happy to approve the 5th October minute?
Approved.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to item 4, the minute of the ad hoc waste collection subcommittee. Again, it's for approving. Are we happy to approve?
Happy to approve, Chair.
Thank you. Item 5 is the minute of the ad hoc community asset transfer appeals subcommittee. Minute is for approving. Are we happy to approve?
Happy to approve, Chair.
Yeah, happy to approve.
Thank you very much. So in that case, then we'll move on to substantive item number 6, Communities Revenue Budget Monitoring Report for the period 21-22 ending 30th of September. The report provides members with an overview of the financial performance against budget for the period ending 30th of September 21. That's the end of quarter 2 for communities for 21-22, including details of the continuing financial implications of COVID emergency response and subsequent recovery. We have Caroline McQuiston available in Teams to take any questions. Are you there, Caroline?
Once I get sorry, technology.
That's okay. Yeah. Anything to add, Caroline? Are you happy just to go to questions?
Sorry, just two points of clarification, if you don't mind, Chair. One, both regarding the subsequent developments of the monitoring at the moment. One is that the leisure and sport loss of income figure at 540 is possibly a bit of an understatement, given the fact that at the end of quarter 2, we were hoping that the pre-COVID levels of income would be restored by towards the end of the year, and now that's looking slightly less likely. So that's likely to go up, but there is central resources available to cover that that shortfall if it occurs. And secondly, the ongoing difficulties with the MBT, the closure of the Echo Deco plant. Obviously, that is having an impact on our waste disposal budget. Hopefully that can be contained within the contingency funds that we have available for that. But if it goes on for many more months, we're going to run into a bit of a problem with that. But hopefully it'll be fixed before then. So that's the only 2 points of clarification I would want to make. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, have we any questions for Caroline? Pauline?
Thank you, Caroline. Just a quick point of clarification, if that's okay. I'm not the best at figures, I must admit, but I was looking at later at agenda item number 22, and I just wanted to look at this report on page 33, 3.1.2. Caroline, I see the reduction in costs for fuel and travel is a saving of 35,000. Could you just clarify the period for that? Because obviously later on in the report, in another section, we see the savings of 125,000 on grey mileage and 180,000 on fleet model funding route. So probably it's because it's a separate time period, but could you just clarify that for ourselves? Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Certainly. What that is, the 35 is actually only relates to communities. So only our own directorate, your own directorate communities, whereas the 125 will relate to the whole of the council. So in effect, the 35 is a subset. Or you're quite right. I'm basing some of mine on up to the quarter 2 with the expectation that things would then kind of improve, go back to more normal as we get towards the end of the year. And whether that happens or not, you know, sometimes the assumptions can be a bit different, but the main difference is the fact that it's mine is just a subset, the communities bit, whereas the report is the global amount for the council.
That's great. So that's helpful. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks for that. Any other questions for Caroline? Not seeing any.
No.
In the teams. In that case, then we'll move on to the recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much. Caroline, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, Welfare and Benefits COVID Impact Report. The report provides members with an update on the impact of COVID-19 on welfare and benefit services and other associated services. We've got Paula Doherty and Lorna Campbell available in Teams to take any questions on the report. Good morning, both of you. Anything you'd like to add, or are you just ready for questions?
One small point to add, thanks, Chair. At paragraph 311, we mentioned in the drafting of the report the final allocation had not yet been received in relation to the flexible funding to tackle financial insecurity. We anticipated it to be around 700,000. We have received the final notification of our allocation, and our allocation in this regard is £757,000.
Well, thank you very much.
Nothing further to add. Happy to
thanks very much. Any questions?
Chair, Councillor Scobie would like to speak.
Right, can he no put in the chat, or someone, please?
Yeah, sorry,
He,
Chair.
he doesn't have a computer with him. That's okay. Okay then. So Willie, you want to come in?
Thanks, Andy. No, I didn't carry one about with me. Sorry. No, it's just on 3.7, and a note here that we've had a total allocation of 1.9 million. That's for 2021 to 22, and up to now we've spent, if I'm correct, 1.65 of that. Yep. 1.9 million, leaving us something in the region of 200,000 to 300,000. That's based on a 7-month. That spend of 1.6. Is it anticipated that we're going to spend that 300 or 200,000 to 300,000 pound, and that we're going to fall well short of the anticipated amount that may be required? And if so, what can we do about this? Can we seek further funding from Scottish Government on the discretionary housing payment?
Thank you, Chair. In relation to discretionary housing payments, the Scottish Government have agreed to fully mitigate any size criteria spend that we deliver. The appendix details the funds we have received. Ongoing take-up work continues, and at the moment I would anticipate we would come in spending just under our allocated amount, because in part we have received the tenant grant fund, which is also supporting customers who have these needs. We would not expect to receive additional funds from the Scottish Government for any other spend if it was above any of the other areas of the funding we receive.
Okay, Willie.
It seems to be what I'm hearing, that it's anticipated that we will not spend up, we'll just come below that, so it's no needed above the 1.9 because of the tenant fund. Pleased to hear that we can still cover it.
At this moment, that would be correct, Chair. Obviously, we are at the behest of the economic situation and the customer applications, but at this moment in time, we do not anticipate that we would spend above the funding allocated in this area.
I suppose as well, Paula, that would get reported to February Committee if that was the case. Yeah, okay. Yep. Thanks. Okay, Willie, I'll move on. Jane, do you want to come in, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It's really nothing more than a comment to say that I think it's incredibly important that we continue to get these case studies, because they do give an indication of the complexities of the work that you're dealing with and the real difficulties that people have. And so I think it's important that these continue to be put in front of us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thanks for this. I see David Ingalls has got power and may have been disconnected. It may happen again. So, David, just participate when you can. If there's anything, you can do it by text or get somebody else to bring something up if need be. We'll do everything we can to facilitate you, make sure you can participate in the committee. Get back to this report. Yet again, I mean, it's a fantastic report. It's very well written. It's very clear. And it just highlights probably as important work as we currently do in the council. So again, Lorna and Paula, if you can pass on the best wishes and thanks from the committee to the team.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay then. So if that's the case, there's no more questions. We'll move on to the recommendations. Are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.5? Yeah, I'm not hearing anyone. Agreed. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, ladies. And have a nice Christmas, the two of you, if I don't see you before then. Right. Okay. Okay, we'll move on to item number 8, which is the Community Planning Engagement Manager's 6-month assessment from April to September this year for Community Planning and Engagement Services performance. It provides members with the Community Planning and Engagement Manager's 6-month assessment, and also provides more detailed information on health and safety performance. I've got Liz Manson on Teams to take any questions on the report. Liz, are you happy going straight to questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I'm up for questions now for Liz. Pauline, is that you wanting back in? Yeah, Pauline?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Chair. Hi, Liz. Good to see you. Just a quick question. I've had instances, I think across, and the other councillors are agreeing with me here, across the ward, if you open up a case number and the department for that case gets back to you to say that it's been moved to another department, could you confirm with us, Liz, that we should then open up a new case number for that? Because there seems a wee bit of lack of clarity on that one. But may I also add that the response times have been excellent recently. Thank you very, very much for speeding it all up. The response times I've been having to EMES have been excellent, so thank you. So it was just really to check with yourself, do we open up a separate case if one department has said they've passed it on to another department, or is that done internally? Thank you.
That should be done internally, Councillor Drysdale. If information has come to you on that basis from another service, we'll certainly look into that. But we could perhaps helpfully just send a message out to all members just to confirm the position about that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. But no, it should be a behind the scenes operational activity for officers.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Pauline. Anyone else? You'll notice I've turned off my video feed for bandwidth. The techies will bring something back. David Ingalls.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Hopefully the connection will hold. It's a bit stormy over here. Page 91, Liz, there's a report on the percentage of community council inquiries dealt with through community council inquiry service within the agreed timescales, and it says 100%. I sat at a community council meeting last night, and they were a bit taken aback by this because they had a number of inquiries which had not been dealt with. Now, I don't know whether there's a bit of a grey area here when you get a report like this that says inquiries have been dealt with. Does that mean they have been responded to by the service and they are in line for repairs or whatever, say it's potholes or whatever? It's been passed on to the team to deal with that. Or does it mean that the problem that they've highlighted is actually dealt with? So
you've touched on an issue that was very much the subject of discussion when we had the member stakeholder group about the inquiry services. So it may be that an inquiry is something that will be programmed in perhaps for a future year, and therefore the inquiry is closed when the Community Council, or indeed any other of the inquiry services, when the answer has been provided to the group, that the inquiry is then closed. But it does remain, of course, that perhaps it's something about infrastructure that is programmed in for, a year later, or indeed even 2 years later. So that was certainly something that members were conscious of. But the system, the inquiry system, means that when the answer is provided, that the inquiry is closed off. And we also do, of course, have a number of inquiries that come through, not necessarily through the inquiry system. So that perhaps also indicates that there may be some confusion about the percentage split.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. I think that was my understanding of the situation. I did explain that last night. I'm just wondering where it says council inquiries dealt with, would it be better to say responded to?
We can certainly look at that. Yes, thank you.
Their interpretation was that it had been dealt with, and there were outstanding items. And I did explain that if it's potholes, it could go into next year's programme for pothole repairs. Yeah, okay.
No,
thanks,
thank
Liz.
you. That's a helpful suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Anybody else? Not seen anybody.
Thank you.
I think you've had it easy, Liz.
Certainly have. It must be a good report.
It must be an excellent report. Okay, then, so we'll go move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.5?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Thanks, Liz.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 9. The Head of Service 6-month assessment, of governance and assurance business plan and performance report. Report provides members with the Head of Service 6-month assessment of the progress of delivery of the 2019 to 23 business plan for the governance and assurance service for the period of 1st of April to 30th September this year. Report also provides more detailed information on health and safety performance. We've got Vlad Valiente is available in Teams to take any questions in the report. Vlad, is there anything you'd like to add at this stage?
No, Chair, I'm quite happy and content to take any questions from members on the report.
Thanks, Vlad. So, any questions for Vlad? Not seen any. It looks like you've got a really light and easy today, Vlad. I've got no request to speak at this stage, so I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to move the recommendations 2.1 to 2.3? Agreed? Yeah. Nothing to the contrary, so that's agreed. Thank you very much, Vlad. And move on to item number 10. The Head of Service 6-month assessment for neighbourhood services. Report by the Director. Report provides members with the Head of Neighbourhood Services 6-month assessment of the progress of the delivery of the 2019 to 23 business plan for neighbourhood services for the period 1st of April to 30th September this year, and also provides more detailed information on health and safety performance. Harry Hay is available in Teams to take any questions. Morning, Harry. Is there anything to add to this? Or
Good morning, Chair. No, very happy just to go straight to questions if members have got them. Thanks.
Okay then, so any questions for Harry? I think you're getting off late as well here. David Ingles, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's a question, Harry, on page 145. I note that the number of businesses that have applied for the non-domestic rates relief has dropped quite considerably. That's a worrying statistic. Is there any reason why you think that might have happened?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, the service has been as proactive as we possibly can be in terms of notifying all businesses that we feel are eligible. And I think if you compare the previous financial year to this financial year, last year there were a number of multinationals that chose to apply for the exemption but still traded. This year, as may have been seen in the national press, some of those large operators decided not to, they're aware they can, but they have decided not to, and that has been reflected in the drop this financial year. But despite that, particularly for those regional-based organisations, the team continue to proactively contact them, to write to them, just to make them aware that that is an option if they so wish to pursue it. Hopefully that answers the question, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Inglis.
Yeah, thank you, Harry.
Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Chair, and apologies for missing the start of the meeting. I've actually been talking to Harry about this particular issue, but it's on page 184 on the additional papers I've got, number of disability sports events delivered across our region. And it talks about how we're performing, and it's on a red status. But that aside, if you look at section 2 on page 184, it says reasons for the changing performance to instead focus on local delivery within local settings rather than bringing together larger groups for regional events at the current time with COVID still prevalent. And if you look at the disability sports programme that we've all been sent, every event in Nithsdale takes place in Dumfries. Now, I don't know how that equates to a local setting. We've got a 5-star leisure facility in the fun pool. We've got a Hillview Leisure Centre. And I would have to say Harry's staff have actually been communicating with me, and I've done a good piece of work introducing some disability events. But I'm looking out the window at Storm Harry. We can't go outside walking events in days like this. And I do think if we're serious about having local events and no disenfranchising disabled folk, then we need to be having these events spread across the region and no based wholly in Dumfries, despite the fact that DG1's a fantastic complex and we have a 5-star leisure facility, we have indoor facilities, and to date, I didn't have a programme. Now, Harry has responded, and it's no criticism of Harry, nor his staff, we're working hard, but we can't deliver what we're saying in the papers unless we take it to a local context, and that's what the paper says we should be doing. So I'm happy to talk to Harry again offline. He doesn't need to, he's been good with me so far, but I did want to highlight it because I think it's important that we treat disability in a regional context and not just a Dumfries context as far as Nithsdale goes. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, just before you answer, Harry, I'm assuming we'll do a risk assessment on vulnerable people before they're, or in fact, any athlete who's taking part in any athletic thing, there's be a detailed risk assessment for where they're actually doing that and where they're able to do it and compete in their sport or participate or train. Is that the case?
Yeah, indeed, Chair, it is. And I appreciate Councillor Dempster's comments as well. Certainly, yeah, as he's aware, we are trying to maximise the opportunities locally, including Upper Nithsdale, and we're trying to gauge the extent of interest and also trying to match the coaching required, including indeed volunteers. So hopefully we'll keep the comms going with Councillor Dempster and indeed the other ward members to make sure they're updated in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Now I've got a number of people who want to speak on this. David Ingles, you had your hand up. Was that legacy?
Yeah, sorry, Chair, it was legacy.
No, thanks, David. That's fine. So in order then, we've got, I'm just looking here now, it's Jane Maitland and Jackie McCammon. Okay, in that order, Jane.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Sort of bit of a theme here, Chairman, and through you, if I can actually ask Harry, I'm a little bit concerned about the exception reports. Obviously, are talking about things like the Let's Motivate sessions and the diabetes sessions. It's the health and well-being section, really, and I'm a bit concerned that with the drive that we've got to push forward on prevention and self-help, to take these away without being clear about how we might reinstate or put things forward again. And indeed, we're going to amend the performance data simply to sweep them away. So I'm a bit concerned about that direction of travel, Harry. And while I note that this is a performance and simply indicating past performance, the fact that we're proposing to amend the performance information actually indicates a bit of a direction of travel in terms of policy, I think. Maybe you would like to comment, please.
Harry.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Maitland, certainly would not want to give the impression that because of the challenges associated with the pandemic that we are wanting to remove or reduce services to this important vulnerable group. And I think we've been working actively with health and wellbeing colleagues within NHS really to try and be as creative and as innovative as possible, including online provision. Two, the sort of issues that we've had to factor in is that some of these sessions, whether we, the service, or indeed the participants wanted to participate or not, the guidance didn't allow it. And secondly, just because of some of the specific health risks associated with this service user group, it's not been possible either. So certainly no issue with retaining the target as is, if it would help to reassure that by lowering the target we're going to take our foot off the pedal in terms of this important service. But we simply wanted to flag up that that there had been challenges to be able to maintain the number of sessions that previously this user group had enjoyed. Hopefully that gives a suitable response, Chair.
Yeah, are you okay with that, Jane?
Well, Chairman, if I could just come back, it's the issue about things being online as opposed to in person. I mean, has it been removed as a service by the NHS? Because if that's the case, I think maybe conversations need to be had. You could just help me with that.
Yeah, through you, Chair. It's certainly not been removed on a permanent basis. The online approach was simply to try and mitigate some of the reduction in service availability. I'm quite happy to highlight again to our colleagues in NHS that the concern that's been. Thank you.
You kind of broke up a wee bit there at the end, Harry. Jane, if it's any reassurance, I'm on one of these programmes and I've had some video conference stuff, and it's fine. It's not the same as being in person, but it's fine. I hope that maybe helps reassure you, Jane.
Thank you so much.
Too much personal information there. Jackie McCammon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Hi, Harry. I'm afraid it's the same old question from me. But really, it was just to do with the libraries. I know we've sent out the survey now, and I know that I don't expect any information to have been collated so far. It's really early days, and I know it's coming to committee again in the future. But I just wondered what the general feeling was in responses to them, to the survey. Have we had many in? Again, I'm not looking for figures, just a general feeling.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, the survey you refer to, Councillor McCammon, is simply one route that we've used to try and gauge feedback from current service users and indeed, equally importantly, current non-users to understand more about what they're looking for from the service. And I'm pleased to report that to date we've had a really good response, a very varied response. And I think what it demonstrates is that because of the nature of Dumfries and Galloway, there are different views and preferences which we'd expect absolutely from across the region. So again, all of that information, along with the other engagement that we've undertaken, will all be featured in the subsequent report back to this committee to ensure members are fully aware of what the response has been, and also what we recommend that the Council do in direct response to that. Thanks for the question, Councillor McCammon.
No worries. Thank you, Harry.
Okay, Jane, another question?
Thank you, Chairman. It's with respect to page 186 of our papers, that's Appendix 3. It refers to the value of additional benefits identified through financial inclusion. And the suggestion is that we should reduce the target. I suppose I'm really wanting to know if I should reduce the target, but against what basis? Do we have any idea about the gap between entitlement and take-up? You know, if it's appropriate to reduce the target, if I had some idea that there should be a commensurate reduction in the entitlement and take-up gap. But at the moment, that's not clear.
Through you, Chair. That particular indicator is based on a discrete range of benefits that recipients can receive. And I think what we've found throughout the pandemic, as was covered in the earlier report on the agenda, there has been a number of new benefits introduced, either through UK, Scottish, or indeed our own council, that isn't included in this particular indicator. I'm quite happy to break down that level of detail and circulate it to members if that would be useful. So this indicator is specifically in relation to the previously agreed range of benefits, not those that have been introduced last financial year or indeed this financial year. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I think a wee briefing note to all the members to just explain the difference would be very helpful. Harry, you happy with that, Jane?
Yes, I mean, I think this is work in progress, but there is a gap, and I think we need to understand why and what we're measuring.
Yeah, absolutely. So, can you arrange that, Harry?
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, indeed. And when we bring our standard welfare update report to February's Communities Committee, I'll also ensure that that level of detail is contained in that, just so members understand the specific benefits that are included in this indicator, if members found that helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Harry. That's much appreciated. Anyone else got a question for Harry? No, doesn't look like it, Harry. So I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.3?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thanks very much, everybody. We'll move on to item number 11, Head of Service 6-month assessment of Roads and Infrastructure Service Business Plan. Report provides members with the Head of Service 6-month assessment of the progress on the delivery of the 2019 to 23 business plan for the Roads and Infrastructure Service for the period the 1st of April to the 30th of September 21. The report also provides more detailed information on health and safety. I've got Stephen Herriot available on Teams to take any questions. Stephen, have you any update, or are you happy to move straight to questions?
Morning, Chair. No update on the report. Thank you.
Thank you. So, were questions for Stephen on this one? Not seeing anything, Stephen. Looks as though we're getting off light today.
Sorry, Chair. Councillor Scobie would like to speak.
Well, okay. Willie, and you come.
Thanks, Andy. Maybe just anything, man. I'm just looking at this report, and it talks about the progress on the delivery of the 2019 to 2023 business plan. I'm looking at page 189. And was looking for the Stranraer flood prevention scheme for a progress report being in here. I know it's in a further item 19 on the agenda, but it doesn't seem to appear here in terms of the number of slippages and how long this has been outstanding. I just wonder why it's not in here as a progress report, or rather not a progress report.
I could come back in, Chair. Thanks through you. The Stranraer Flood Protection Scheme, it's not an individual project listed within the business plan. I'm just checking through the annex. It doesn't get a separate mention for performance, and as Councillor Scobie says, it is covered in the flood projects update report on the agenda. Thanks.
Okay, Willie.
I'm just wondering why it's no in the programme, but you know, I'll deal with it under item 19, Andy.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Willie. Let us move on. Yeah, thank you very much. Anyone else? Doesn't look like it, Stephen. In that case, then I'll move to the recommendations. Are we happy to move to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.3?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much, everybody. So thanks, Stephen, for just now.
Sure.
We'll move on to item number 12, the Castle Douglas Inclusive Play Update report by Head of Roads and Infrastructure again. Report provides members with an update in relation to the Castle Douglas Inclusive Play project. We've got Nicola Simpson on Teams to take any questions. Nicola, have you any update to give us, or are you happy going straight to questions?
One small update for you this morning. There had been an offer made by the Annan Apps Group to provide support to the Castle Douglas Group in taking forward their project, and I'm pleased to report that that was taken up by the Castle Douglas team, and they held a site visit in Annan in late November and got a guided tour of the facility there, including the Changing Places toilet, and they all had a very good discussion, and now there's communication between the two groups, which I think will be helpful going forward. Other than that, happy to take any questions.
Okay, fine. I've got John Young in first. John?
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for that update, Nicola. You covered a lot of the things I was going to say. It seems quite a dynamic group now, and they're making good progress. And I would also like to thank the ward officer for his help in moving this forward, and hopefully we'll get some, perhaps even work started on the construction early next summer. Thank you, Nicola. Sorry,
okay,
Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. David Stitt.
Cheers, Andy. Just good to see that in the space of a couple of months that they have worked very hard. On this page 216, when you see their funding applications, a lot of them are pending. I'd like to see them get a lot, but if they didn't get half the funding there, there's got to be a problem again, I think, Chair. So I hope if they're working well with Anne and Anna can advise them maybe get another funding to help themselves.
Yeah, I think Nicola can take that back to the officers that are working with them and supporting them. Thanks for drawing that to attention, Davey. Thank you. Anyone else? I just have to say, Nicola, it's like a dramatic change in the momentum with this project from where it was kind of in the doldrums for quite a long time. And it looks as though there's a real buzz about the thing again. So that's very positive and nice to see. I don't think I've got anybody else to speak, so I'm going to move to the recommendations. We're just asked to note the continued progress in the development of the Castle Douglas Play project. And of course, if it hits any major problems, no doubt you'll report back to us.
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much for that. So we've noted that. Thanks, Nicola.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 13. The evaluation of the 2021 summer activities in Dumfries and Galloway. Purpose of the report is for members to agree the evaluation of the summer activities that were delivered across the region between the 26th of June and the 18th of August as part of the Scottish Government's Get Into Summer programme and future arrangements. We've got Mark Malloy is available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Mark, have you anything to add, or are you happy just to go straight on?
No, happy to go straight to questions, Chair.
Okay, Adam.
Thanks, Chair. Apologies, I'm just trying to make sure my washing isn't in the background. Don't think anyone wants to see that. Just 2 points from me. I think, first of all, I just want to congratulate the team. I think in 3.15, having 52% of all children and young people across Dumfries and Galloway taking part in this activity, I think, is no mean feat, and I really want to place my record, and I'm sure everybody's record thanks on the record for that. And secondly, is a point that I'll make in this, but it applies to the next report as well, is that actually under point 4, I really welcome the fact that for this report, the Youth Council Leadership Group have actually been involved in the production of this report, and in the following item that the young people involved in organising youth beats have also been involved, and I really would like to welcome and hope and encourage that to happen again in the future.
Thanks very much, Adam. I don't think there was a question, it was more a commendation. Anybody else got a question for Mark at this stage? No. I have to say I enjoyed my trip out to one of them. I know Adam did some, and I know the leader, and I think the deputy leader did some as well. And John, the vice chair, he was out at one. Really enjoyable, and the kids were obviously enjoying themselves and gained a lot from it, Mark. So just before I move on, is there anybody else wanting to come in with a question? No. In that case, then, are we move the recommendations? Are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 and 2.2? Yeah, okay. Thanks very much, everybody. Thanks, Mark, on that one. Still you, I think, isn't it? Yeah, 10,000 voices in action, item 14, young people's participation budget, budgeting, sorry. First year progress report. The report provides members with the first year report highlighting the youth projects that have been funded through the 10,000 voices in action participative budgeting project. Again, we've got Mark available through Teams to take any questions. Any update on this one, Mark?
No, Chair, happy to just go straight to questions again.
Any questions for Mark on this one? Just giving people a chance. Jane, can you come?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mark, good morning. My question, very sorry, I'm slightly hanging it on the last one because I didn't get in time to ask a question about the previous report. It's about the balance, the gender balance of participation, because the previous report made it clear that it was about, I think, 40 to 50% of male-female participation. Do you take account of this at all? Is there something that you look at in the evaluation of the participatory budget activities? Because I wondered whether that was significant, whether you officers felt there was a significant difference in the take-up.
Just go ahead, Mark, yeah.
Thanks, Chair, and apologies, folks, if I miss anything. There seems to be an ongoing connection issue that keeps dropping out. The gender balance is something that we take consideration of across all projects, Councillor Maitland, where we are tracking that information where young people are willing to provide it to us. And what I know this is a question that's come up over the last number of years for members around that for different projects, and on the whole, the data tells us that it's very similar to the previous report, actually, around the split. So there's nothing that's jumping out to us specifically around this project, but where that does happen and where we feel that there maybe is a significant increase in one gender over another, then we'll take appropriate action to maybe do specific promotions or work with young people to find out why that might be the case, it's we do that targeted promotion and additional outreach work, then it can help increase it. But on the whole, it's something we take great consideration of and action where it's appropriate.
You okay with that, Jane? Jane, you okay?
Yes, sorry, thank you.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Chair, can I maybe ask, and I relate back to the joint meeting we had with the youths in up at Easterbrook Hall. And it's really around, you know, I'm looking at Stranraer and building confidence and, you know, just being able to communicate with their peers and elders. If we've made any progress on representation to various committees, area committees, or where it's appropriate for the youths to be on that, particularly the ones who are elected as the youth councillors and so forth. If we've made any progress at all in getting them forward to represent on the various committees.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie, for that question. On the agenda for Education Committee this Thursday is the report on the Youth Representation and Education Committee, and members will consider that on Thursday. And there has been report to area committees on representation and for members to discuss that. So those actions, along with all the other actions agreed at the joint meeting, are being progressed well by officers and are due to report back early next year to full council, but I can give the assurance that there is good positive work going on to progress that as we speak.
Thank you.
You okay with that, Willie? Is there anybody else? So you've got a couple of seconds or some time to come in. Apologies, Jane, I hadn't seen your hand up or anything for the last item, but you got your question in anyway, so that's fine and answered. No, I'm not seeing anybody else coming in again. No hands and nothing in the chat. And Willie said his input in the chamber. So I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to note the work of the 10,000 Voices in Action project? That's in the appendix. And then 2, agree the next steps, paragraphs 314 to 316.
Agreed.
Happy? Agreed. Thank you very much. Once again, Mark, thanks very much. I don't know whether to do it now or do it at the end of your all the things you're reporting here, but I actually think this committee should be commending the work of their youth services team, a youth work team, and some volunteers, and the volunteers who helped as well. And I think if you can pass the thanks on from this committee, I don't think it goes amiss at all. So we'll move on then to item number 15, Youth Work Service Quality and Standards Report. To provide members with the Youth Work Service Quality and Standards Report for 2021 in order to provide insight into the work the service and the impact it has had in the local communities and young people throughout 2021, particularly during the initial stages of COVID-19. We've got Mark Malloy and I think Kelly's with us as well, is she, Mark? Yep.
Yeah, that's
okay. And Kelly Ross available through Teams to take any questions. Again, Mark, is there any update on this, or are you happy going straight to questions?
No, we'll just go straight to questions, Chair, if that's okay with yourself.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at something James put in the chat. Right. Any questions for Mark or Kelly in this? Jane?
Look, it's just a very, very quick remark rather than a question, because as you read these reports, you realise just the level of work that's been going on. And I want to say, Chairman, that the resources and activities that have been spread out into other parts of the region, and I am talking particularly about Stewartry in this instance, which used really not to have youth work in any meaningful session that didn't go beyond a very small group. I want to say thank you very much indeed. It's been an enormous difference, and really, as night follows day, it's been so much better for everybody. So thank you for that, and keep up the good work. We'll be making certain in the Stewartry that it does continue, that it doesn't slip again. But thank you.
I think you've got to assure us it won't slip again because it's a region-wide service and we'll just make sure it is. Am I correct, Mark?
Yeah, Chair, you're correct in that at the point when the Youth Work Service was created as a standalone service, it allowed us to resource it effectively so that there was equity of provision across the region, and hopefully members can see that across all wards, and certainly there is a commitment there that would continue to make sure that young people across the region get access to the same services, but also with a localised approach to it where appropriate.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate to note here as well, not only is it a region-wide service, but the service is of the highest standard. And that's reflected in the number of national awards and flags that they've, standards that we've reached in terms of that youth work service. So it's a huge congratulations to the staff and the young people concerned. Would be my tuppence worth on that one. Have we got any more questions for Mark on this one?
Chair, maybe my question on item 14 was premature and I should have been asking it in item 15. And I think the youth should be commended for the amount of work they're putting in when you look at 3.5 in terms of the discussions, the issues that they are dealing with. I know Mark said that they're looking at the representation in the new year. I think that we should welcome the young people joining whatever committee is appropriate for them to join, and it speaks volumes when we heard so many of them speak in representing their views, and I welcome and look forward to them participating in as many committees as possible.
I have to agree with your the concept of what you're saying here, Willie, but I think it's out with the remit of this council, this committee, to actually do that. I think it would need full council to do that, but that's, I think, a question for another place, another time. But I think your comments are well made. And personally, comments I would support. Yeah, anybody else? So then, are we move to recommendations? Are we happy to note the work of the Youth Work Service from 1st of April to March 2021 and agree the Quality and Standards Report, which is set out in the appendix?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thanks very much. And again, can't thank them enough, Mark, for the way that they've been doing their business. It's absolutely fantastic. So we'll now move on to Youth Beats. Festival 2022 provides members with proposals for the Youth Beat Festival in 2022 and details of the planning taking place, particularly around mitigation about COVID-19. Mark again is on the line in Teams to take any questions. Have we any updates on Youth Beats? Are we happy going straight to questions, Mark?
No, just go straight to questions again, Chair. Thank you.
So I'm going up now. Jackie, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a quick one, Mark, if you don't mind. Yeah, so the report, I know, given the fact that we've just gone through COVID, still going through COVID and that, quite surprised to see that the report lacks information or detail of community engagement. So, I see in the, it mentions location and there'll be minimal disruption, but I think it's more about reassuring, basically what the pre-planning is to residents, certainly round about in the first instance, and what we're doing to kind of minimise risk of infection, and also just disruption, like it mentions briefly in location, what we've done. I just want to know more detail of that, just so that I'm confident that residents are reassured, if you like.
Just go ahead, Mark. Yep.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor McCann. In terms of engagement with the festival, we've not went into the detail of it within the report, partly because we've provided that detail at various points in the past to members. But so I appreciate this is a bit more of a high-level report. But the assurance I can give is that, as we have done for the last 11 years when the festival's ran, is that we would normally engage via community councils around the event and the planning, and listen to residents' views via the community council to make sure that they have the opportunity to put forward any concerns or any views that they have. In addition to that, we also very early in 2022, in this case, will write out to each of the residents where we do that around the venue, because the venue has moved at different points for Youth Beats over its history, and we write out to residents that live within around about 200 metres of the venue and give them the opportunity to engage directly around us, and particularly maybe those that are maybe an individual need or support. So we go far in advance of what most other events like the agricultural show or the circus or whatever that may take place at Park Farm. So we do quite an extensive programme of engagement with the residents who surround the venue, and I appreciate that you'll always potentially get one or two who are maybe not happy with any event happening, but Park Farm is an established event venue within Dumfries and gives us the capacity as well in terms of the COVID-19 mitigations to ensure that that we use that space in an open air environment, but also where there is ample space for those who are attending to physically distance if they would so choose, in line with the Scottish Government's event guidance at that time.
You okay, Jackie?
Yeah, I would just come back and quick comment, please, Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I appreciate in previous years it's an established location, and that my question was more around the COVID, which you've touched on as well. So, and the more immediate neighbours. So yeah, as long as they're reassured that we're taking the right precautions, and that's basically what my question was. So thanks, Mark.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. Has anyone else got a question to Mark on Youth Beats? No. In that case, I'll go with the recommendations. Are we happy to endorse the arrangements for the 2022 Youth Beats Festival, which will take place on the 25th and 26th of June 2022, paragraphs 3.7313? And I'm assuming, Mark, if there's any material change in circumstances, there'll be a different report will come back to this committee. Am I right?
Yeah, Chair, absolutely. We would ensure that we keep the committee fully up to date if there is any substantive change in that.
Thanks very much. So are we happy to endorse the arrangements?
Endorsed, happy.
Okay, thanks for everybody. We'll move on to item number 17. Still you, Mark. LGBT Charter, Youth Work Services. The purpose of this report is to inform the committee about the involvement of the Youth Work Service with the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, LGBT Youth Charter and the next steps in this aspect of supporting young people. Again, Mark, it's over to you. Have you anything to add to this, or are we happy going straight to questions?
Thanks, Chair. We're joined this morning by Kelly Ross, who's the team leader for youth work, and Erin.
You're breaking up, Mark.
And Kelly. I know that Erin and Kelly were just going to give a wee very short overview of some of that work just for around a minute, if that's okay, just before we go to questions.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Erin and Kelly.
Okay, our journey working towards our LGBT Charter has been something that has been welcomed by staff, young people and volunteers alike. As part of our process, we developed a steering group that's included volunteers, young people and staff who've then overseen the journey over the past 18 months. One of the main things that staff and volunteers valued the most was the enhanced LGBT training element, which allowed them to understand the challenges that our LGBT community face within Dumfries and Galloway and across the country. This has allowed staff to get upskilled in the terminology around working with LGBT young people, which has made them feel more confident in being able to support our LGBT community in Dumfries and Galloway.
As part of our journey, young people have developed a range of actions that they wanted to take forward to ensure that all LGBT young people across the region feel supported and feel that they have a safe space to go to for information, support and socialise. Some of these actions were developing a regional LGBT steering group, monthly social events for LGBT young people and education on LGBT topics through campaigns like LGBT History Month. Our LGBT steering group will also oversee annual events such as the LGBT Regional Gathering.
Thanks very much. Are we ready to open up the questions, the three of you? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Any questions for the triumvirate? There is a big word for you. I'm just waiting to see if anybody reacts. But I think first off we acknowledge the award of the silver level. That's a congratulations, because it's not easy to get there, and I'm assuming we'll be working towards gold, are we? Yeah. Okay. I'm not catching anybody else wanting to come in and speak at all here in this. No. I think thanks very much to the three of you. So I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations set out at 2.1 and 2.2?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Mark. It's been a long stint for you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Move on to item 18, the resilience, emergency planning and winter preparedness. The purpose is to affirm the robust arrangements in place to mitigate the impacts of severe weather events and reflect on recent severe weather experienced in late October in Dumfries and Galloway. Given the adverse impact of Storm Arwen and what's potentially coming their way, I've also asked for the committee to be given a verbal update on the response. I've got Mark Thompson on Teams to take any questions with assistance from others as required. I think it's Martin Ogilvie is there as well. And obviously Stephen and Vlad are all on the call. So, Mark, have you anything to add at this time, or are you wanting to go straight to questions?
With regards to the report, thank you, Chair. I'm quite happy to move to questions at this point.
Okay, thank you. Have we got any questions then? Ian Blake?
Thank you, Chairman. It's in regard to the comment about the latest one, Storm Arwen. I would just like to ask, was DG Voss activated, and was there any emergency planning arrangements made for that storm over that particular weekend?
Thank you, Councillor Blake, through you, Chair. So yes, in terms of multi-agency consideration, standard practice for the council with its partners in the context of the local resilience partnership, we have a graduated weather plan, largely predicated on the weather warnings that are issued by our colleagues in the Met Office and in SEPA. And they provide key escalation points with regards to triggering various levels of activity. For Storm Arwen, members will note that unlike our colleagues in the East Coast, who unfortunately faced red warnings and amber warnings, Dumfries and Galloway was under a yellow warning for wind. And in that context, and in the context of a graduated weather plan, that is considered largely an operational level response. In other words, that it is generally within the capabilities of services to respond to their respective areas of responsibility. And I'm sure Stephen Herriot will be able to confirm aspects with regards to the road service in there as well. But I can confirm from a council perspective the significant efforts of colleagues in the road service with regard to wind-blown trees on the road network, and also our colleagues in care at home, social work and care call in terms of ensuring the ongoing well-being of our vulnerable people and their vulnerable clients in Dumfries and Galloway. With regards to DG Vost, obviously it is linked in with the escalation to multi-agency structures, and the decision was taken not to actually escalate to multi-agency structures because of the level of the warning, and as such DG Vost was not activated. Obviously recognising there were further disruption out with the council's area of responsibility, specifically with regards to Scottish Power Energy Networks and the significant challenges they faced, and it's probably important to highlight that DG Vost would not necessarily have been an appropriate vehicle to assist with those aspects, given that we do not have access to Scottish Power Energy Network's customer lists, and we do not have access to their information with regards to their recovery operations to restore power. So even if DG Vost had been active in that regard, we would not have been in a position to be able to answer the key questions that many of our residents were asking, which was when our power would be restored. I'll maybe pass to Stephen Herriot now, who can maybe cover some of the aspects from a roads perspective and the operational response.
Thank you, Mark, and through you, Chair, if that's okay. Just it was quite a busy weekend for the road service for Storm Arwen, and we had officers and 3 supervisors and quite a lot of operational staff involved over the weekend. Just some of the facts and figures around it: we had 89 incidents recorded in the out of hours system from 6 o'clock on the Friday to 8 o'clock on the Monday morning, the 29th. We were obviously aware there was a number of known incidents of trees felled on the public road, and that was really the kind of impacts early on in the storm. And we totalled about 142 incidents of trees down, triggering related road closures, some for short periods and some for longer periods. We continued with the closures through the weekend and into the next week as we were removing trees, and clean-up took place. And through the week, a number of those closures were in place for a longer period of time. On the weekend itself, we had 12 operational staff in the west working and 14 in the east on the Friday and the Saturday. And the decision was made at midnight on Friday to pull staff off for kind of safety reasons. Where we can move trees, we'll do so at any time of the day. Where trees have to be chainsawed, it's an operation we really only want to do in daylight hours, and therefore kind of closures and trees remain in place for slightly longer. We rotated staff around, our duty officers and supervisors rotated them round because it was quite a full-on weekend. And then on the Saturday night at 5 o'clock, we were getting snow forecast to low levels from 7 o'clock on the Sunday, and the decision was made that we would plan for 2 winter treatments during the Sunday, and that happened in the primary routes at 11 o'clock and 6 o'clock, and that kind of slowed down the clean-up operations because we were focusing resources on the winter response and keeping the roads open and safe. Clean-up continued through the following week, the 29th to the 3rd of December, and impacted on some of the other kind of road service routine maintenance operations, including the works to the Roads Recovery Fund. So a bit of a busy weekend for the road service, and the impacts kind of spilling over into the subsequent week ahead. Thanks.
Ian, you want to come back in?
Yes, please. The comment from Stephen, I've absolutely no difficulty at all with the response from the Roads Department. I thought they were excellent. They must have been under severe pressure that night, or that weekend, I should say. I do have an issue with the fact that I appreciate it was a yellow warning and not an amber or red, but very soon after around midnight on the Friday, it had escalated to the degree that there was severe disruption in my electrical power, and that was affecting communities. The communities such as in my own area, Kipford, it's a fairly elderly population with no power whatsoever, and they needed help. I did try to get through to arrange some sort to try and get a generator, to try and get something in the village hall so we can get heat to the area, heat and some basic food to the area. But there was no coordination of that, and I really feel that where it may be a general thing that for a yellow warning it's not automatically activated, I think we should be in a position to activate it at very short notice when the circumstances change dramatically. I personally had to go through and eventually get to the social services officer to try and arrange for a generator, which they was under the process of doing when power was restored on the Sunday into a limited area. But I really think it's not. It's not an attack on anybody in particular, but I really think that we should be in a position to be flexible in that we can activate it depending on any emergent circumstances. We don't know what's going to happen today. We've got a storm that's on its way in just now. It's even starting to snow here in Dalbeattie. But that was my point. I think we should be introducing flexibility and just look back on that as maybe a learning curve. Thank you.
Okay, I think Mark's taken on board your comments. Mark, have you anything to come back with? Or you?
Yeah, through you, Chair, I just want to acknowledge and absolutely agree with Councillor Blake's points, which is well made, and we will be actively working with our colleagues in Scottish Power to ensure that they feel comfortable and actually being able to escalate within that context, and that would allow us to actually move forward and escalate our multi-agency arrangements in future instances such as this. So no, thank you.
Yeah, obviously, there's a few people trying to come in here, Mark. Now, I know personally I contacted out of hours about somebody as well on the Sunday. Our social worker, the single contact point is now, and they made me really aware that some of your team are actually in there working already. So whilst we've maybe not gone to full DG VOST, at least we had an input to the emergency response part of the council for vulnerable people. Taking aside Stephen's bit about the roads and potentially a slightly separate issue, I think one of the things that was coming out though is that we went through the list of people who we know to be vulnerable, right? But these occasions bring up new people who are not in the system at all, you know. So I think a bit of flexibility is probably required here, just like you're saying. Now, I've got quite a few people coming in, Mark. That was more a comment than a question, okay? So in this order, I've got Jane, Gail, Jim Dempster, and then Rob Davidson, okay? So it's Jane first.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I absolutely agree with Councillor Blake's sort of tone and remarks, so I won't go over those again. I think he's made good points. I don't know the resource implications of DG VOST. I do know that it is much beloved by people. They really get quite excited when they can see what's going on on an ongoing basis, and so I think it would be useful if you explained. When you do bring it in, you've told us now, and I get the answer about the weather, the graduated weather responses. But I was at a community council last night who were commending the work you were doing. That's paragraphs 323, 324. So they like that, what's going on. But even the person involved there couldn't tell me why DG VOST was not activated at that point. So you know that message is not getting through. So I would explain that to you. And maybe could we have a note to the resilience groups to explain why DG VOST was not activated? Finally, I think it would be fair to say that we've just had a lot of information from Martin Ogilvie about this latest storm, but I don't think we got the same level of update for Arwen. So maybe for the reasons that you're giving us, but it's just to say that there certainly seemed to be a slight difference of approach.
Mark?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, yep. Thank you, Councillor Maitland. More than happy to ensure that the the arrangements and the graduated weather arrangements that we do have in Dumfries and Galloway on a multi-agency basis are articulated both to elected members and to community groups and community councils. It is important to understand, and yeah, DG Vost is it has been a significant change. I think part of the context, and going back to Councillor Blake's point, there is absolutely flexibility within our graduated weather plan for the escalation, notwithstanding the level of the weather warning as well. And the example with regards to Storm Armand, I think the key point is really the challenges faced by Scottish Power and the incremental nature of the challenges faced by Scottish Power, where the realisation within that organisation wasn't quite immediate in terms of the scale of the problem they were actually looking at. And I've got no doubt if that understanding was there, they would have declared a major incident, and we would have wrapped round that, and multi-agency structures would have escalated. But notwithstanding that, a key part of the rationale in advance and preparedness for the activation of DG Vost is really about the severity of the warning, and particularly amber warnings and red warnings. If you look at the number of amber warning and red warnings that we face in a year as a region, generally you're looking at somewhere between half a dozen to a dozen warnings over the course of a calendar year. If you look at the level of yellow warnings that we actually receive over the course of the year, you're looking at a more significant number, somewhere between 60 and 80. So the resources and the deployment to do that in preparedness would be significant, and winter would almost require a full-time team to actually to be able to do that. But notwithstanding that, the point is that where appropriate, it can be escalated, even if a yellow weather warning proves to be more significant in terms of its impact. But with Arwen, there were obviously some challenges and complications with the issues faced by our colleagues in Scottish Power.
Okay, I'm going to move on a wee bit. I've got quite a number of people wanting to come and speak. So in this order, Gail, Jim Dempster, Rob Davidson, David, Sean, Ian Howie and Willie, in that order. Okay, so Gail first.
Thank you, Chair. I think Jane has very eloquently covered one of my points around standing up DG Voss, so I won't go over that again. 2 questions, I suppose. Have we triggered Belwyn? And are we trying to recoup some of the additional financial costs that these weather events entail? And secondly, I suppose, what's the knock-on effect for our normal roads maintenance and the roads recovery? I'm looking at Stephen for that, and he's put his hand up, which is great. I raised at area committee recently that quite a lot of, particularly our rural roads, which feed farms and businesses, are in a perilous state at the moment, and we know that. And events like this are taking staff away from doing inspections within those road system breakdowns. So I did ask at area committee if we should maybe be viring some of the one-off COVID underspend just to support this particular department in trying to get caught up. So I suppose it's, have we triggered Belwyn, and what's the unintended consequences for general roads maintenance? We're only at the start of the winter, it's only going to get worse. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. I don't know if Mark's got anything to respond to that. I think it's been covered everywhere. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. It's probably more appropriate for Stephen to respond to that one.
Yeah, about the compensation scheme. Yeah.
I can update on that, Chair, if that's okay. Yeah. Yep. So the second point made by Councillor McGregor about the Road Recovery Fund, yes, it kind of impacted. It had kind of a week's delay to that, so we're probably up on that in terms of we put extra resources onto the Storm Arwen and the kind of subsequent mop-up activities. So it does have a bit of an impact on the Roads Recovery Fund, but we're still targeted and planning on getting our spend up to the budgeted amount in this current financial year on the Roads Recovery Fund. On the Belwyn scheme, I'm aware and I've seen correspondence that Head of Finance and Procurement has formally registered both Storm Arwen and the flooding at the end of October with Scottish Government in relation to the Belwyn scheme, and has advised that we won't exceed the threshold that we're currently funded for in any one financial year, but that we will log and we will provide in due course then with information on the costs we have incurred for both of these events, and that we understand works on a cumulative basis against the threshold that we're currently funded for, which is something just under 700,000 is assumed within the revenue budget that comes to the council. So the Belwyn scheme was activated, and we have advised Scottish Government in relation to both of those events, and we will continue to do so through this winter if there are subsequent events, and track the costs.
Okay with that, Gail?
Thanks for that. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Dempster, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's more on the back of the question or the observations that Ian Blake made. I remember many years ago having to call an emergency when the roads in my ward were completely shut and Sankar Academy was opened up by the council and the refuge and warm food made available. Do members have, or can we get access to a list of support mechanisms? For example, of a nursing home here, if the power goes off, where do we get a power supply that will make sure the 30 residents in that premises are still warm and secure and can get food? Because if it's just on, I'm looking at my window now, and Barra has blasting snow across the front of my window, so we might not can ship generators in. Have we got the necessary information to hand to access enough equipment at a local level to protect the most vulnerable if the situation deteriorates locally, such as it appears to have done in the east and further south last week? And I know that won't get an answer today, but it'd be interesting to know. I mean, my first protocol would be my ward manager, but there's also a potential that ward manager, no ward managers, not available 24 hours a day. They have a life to lead. And I know we have an emergency planning arrangement in place that works particularly well, but obviously it's located in a central location. That doesn't give us access to individual equipment in local wards and locations. So I just wonder if we've got that level of detail, if that's something we might be working on as the months and years progress.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster, through you, Chair. So, yes, we have a range of arrangements, and I think the key thing in this context, Councillor Dempster, is the local resilience partnership itself, the relationships that are embedded within there, and the close partnership working that we have in these situations in terms of being able to access support and resources from a range of public, private, in effect, whatever mitigations or supports are required. We do have a particularly good track record at being able to do that. And if there is a desire for that to be further articulated in terms of those arrangements, I think we'll be more than happy to do that for members in terms of the range of supports and the frameworks that we operate within. I would always caveat it with the consideration that there will always be an emergency which exceeds the capacity that we have locally and nationally. And I think you see that across the world, that we can't really be ready to completely face the absolute worst that Mother Nature will face us as well. But we do our utmost to ensure that for what we're likely to see, that we will be ready and prepared to actually support our populations.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mark. I'll maybe come back to you and just see what we've got at a local level, but thanks very much for that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I think maybe can ask others who are coming on to speak if they've got a very localised issue, if they can contact Mark direct outside the meeting, and let's keep it as strategic as we can. But I do appreciate it's high interest and people will be listening and watching on the internet right now. So Yeah. So I'm now moving to David. It's you, then Sean, Ian Howie, Willie, and Adam in that order. Okay, David.
Chair, I think Rob Davidson was in before me.
Oh, sorry, Rob. I scored you off. Yeah, sorry, Rob. Yep. Rob first.
Wishful thinking. Thank you, Chair. I only want to concentrate on one thing, actually, and it is absolutely related to what Ian and Jane were saying in regards to, I guess, how we change what our response looks like as the circumstances become clearer. Because, let's be absolutely fair to everyone making those decisions. We were given a yellow warning, and it did turn out, without a shadow of a doubt, to be much more severe, I think, than in terms of its effects, than a yellow warning would necessarily immediately lead you to believe and therefore to plan for.
Yeah.
We've got one today, and with any luck, that won't be anywhere near as severe. But two yellow warnings, and yet potentially really quite different levels of impact. So, what I'm interested in is what we can do to work with our partner agencies to have another look at what the trigger points are, or where we collectively reconsider whether further levels of intervention need to be activated if things turn out to be much more severe than we'd anticipated. When we go about doing that. Now, I recognise that you necessarily rely on the experts in each of their individual fields to do that. So if it's energy networks, of course you rely on SPEN to make that call because they know it better than we do. But I do wonder whether there's something in that. Not least given the duration of the after effects of Arwen, where there might be a further, re-examination or a trigger point we reach where we need to mobilise more resource or something of that nature. I guess you get what I'm driving at, Chairman. I see Mark nodding, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, Rob. Sorry for scoring you out there. David, sorry, back to you now.
Yeah, Chair, I'll take this up with Mark offline if that's okay. Don't need
David,
to ask a question.
Yeah, that's brilliant. If it's a local issue, I'd be much obliged if you can. That would be great, David. Thank you. Okay. Sean?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Obviously, Storm Arwen caught us a little bit kind of by surprise in certain areas. Obviously, the amount of flooding and obviously down in Annan, Annan River with the two bridges are washed away. But what I was pleased with is that Stephen and Derek and James and Duncan all made themselves available the next day to discuss some of the issues in that area with the local members. But one of the questions that came out of that, and it kind of touches on Jim's point, is as local members, we are kind of like a conduit for a lot of constituents that will contact us. And I think we just need to be a little bit clearer. Do we contact emergency planning? Do we go through the ward officer? Do we contact roads if it's a roads issue? So I think Stephen agreed to kind of look at, there must be a central point because for us to feed in information and intelligence that we get of things, and it might be that it's a separate email address that's set up and a telephone line, because as Jim says, sometimes if you're trying to direct that through the ward officer, they're not available. So I'm just really asking if you're thinking about that, because obviously we've got Storm Barra that's approaching at the moment. And it's just, I think I'm not the only member that's a little bit confused. It's where we direct the info and intel and the concerns that we get as members.
I think it's a point well made, Mark, and I think it's reflecting a number of the contributions so far. Can you take something forward with this?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, we will absolutely look at that and do what we can to ensure that members are fully aware of the options available, to provide a bit of clarity at this moment in time obviously in a normal business context, in terms of any kind of winter weather that hasn't escalated to a multi-agency situation, our colleagues in the road service operate a 24/7 duty service. Our colleagues in social work operate a 24/7 service, and there is obviously a 24/7 duty resilience officer framework in there as well. So even out with the context of a kind of multi-agency response, there are avenues, but it's important to ensure that elected members are aware of those avenues for communication and to be able to articulate issues, because we do need to recognise that members can be aware of situations before responding agencies at times, and it will allow us to actually address those as they come in.
Sean, are you okay with that? Just a question, Mark, when they're describing that. See the people, the officers that you've got in on occasions on 24-hour and standby and that, do they have the facility to email all members? Can you check that? Because it's not everyone's got that facility.
No, not everyone will have that, but where there is a need to do that, contact will be made with somebody with the appropriate permissions to do so.
Okay, I was just wondering if you maybe had to review that for emergency situations, and trust the people we're putting in there to do the job, right, without having to come back and wake Vlad or you up in the middle of the night. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Ian Howie's next.
Hi, Mark. My understanding was, going back to DG Voss, that Police Scotland were developing an app for this. Do you know what progress has been made on that? And if not, can you find out, please?
Thank you, Councillor Howie, through you, Chair. Yes, I understand progress has been made, and I think it was with the University of Glasgow, but I would need to speak to colleagues in Police Scotland and within their own kind of comms functional area to actually identify what progress has been made, or whether there are any blockages or barriers at this moment in time, and we'll be happy to feedback thereafter.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Willie?
Yeah, my question is around 3.22, 23 and 24, and I noted what Mark said in terms of recognising the importance and the value that we put on community resilience groups. And I see here we've got 88 and are normally aligned to the community councils across the region, and we've got independent ones as well. Do we provide any support? Because I was at a recent community council meeting just this month, or rather the back end of last month, and the resilience group tend to be older people and getting older, and there was one that didn't want to continue because of his, the particular age. Do we offer any support to community councils to make sure that we have these resilience groups, because they are an asset and we do rely on them, but it's where there may be not a resilience group in the area? What support do we give to make sure that we've got these groups in place?
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. No, it's a really important point, and we have found over the years the significant value in our communities and what they do for themselves and for their neighbours, friends and family during difficult times. This has probably been brought even more into focus during the past 2 years, particularly with a COVID perspective. And I know as well as the programme and the community resilience officer we have within the resilience team, a wider programme of work with our ward colleagues has been significant in building on the community resilience. We do recognise that at times groups have a demographic, but at the same time we have had previous success in the past in Wigtonshire indeed, with involving and engaging youth groups in this as well to provide a good spread. So I think we can certainly give an assurance that this is an important aspect for the council across a range of services, and indeed with our through COVID with our colleagues in the Health and Social Care Partnership, the NHS, police and fire as well, and something that we will continue to provide support and encouragement. We do have to bear in mind that the community resilience and activities associated with that is not something that we can compel communities to do, or we would ever want to do that. But it's important that we are there to support, advise and facilitate where there is that desire within communities to develop these arrangements.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay, I've got Adam, Pauline, Jim, and then I'm going to wind it up. I see Ian Blake wants to come in with one last comment. So I think we're ready to move on. And if any members got more questions, I would suggest they can email them to Mark direct and you'll get an answer to your query. So I'm not wanting to stifle the debate because I appreciate it's got a lot of interest to everybody, this, but I think we need to move on. So I've got Adam, Pauline, Jim, and then Ian Blake in that order, and then we'll go to recommendations. Adam?
Thanks, Chair. My point is picking up on the back of Ian Blake and Jane Maitland. I think Jane is right. I think there is a clear affection, for want of a better word, of DG Voss. People do appreciate and can easily access that information, which is one of the key successes of it. But I think it's fair to say that the most recent storm did catch a lot of people by surprise. And I think, it's quite clear watching the news coverage since there's a lot of other local authorities, particularly on the East Coast, who, were probably in a much worse situation as us. One of the points I do want to make is that it appears, Mark, in your answer, you had said that we don't quite have the information that we need. If there's a power cut, we don't necessarily have that information from the grid. And actually, I watch Good Morning Britain in the morning if I wake up in time. And all last week, because there was thousands of people still without power, some poor person from the grid was getting battered every day on television because there were still people out of power. So I'm just thinking for future events, whether DG Voss had been activated or not, the people who were without power would not have received information that way because they would only have phone charge for so long, they would only have internet connection for so long. But there's clearly a need for us to try and get that information from the grid if there is power outages. And what was quite clear to me was that across the UK, the issue that keeps persisting is in the smaller communities. The sort of larger areas were getting seen to first because it was quite easy to fix the blockage. But the smaller the community and the more remote the community, the more difficult it became for the grid to actually get that community back up and connected. And I think that's a particular thinking about, and I appreciate, we're maybe like a couple of days over the impact of this. So I don't expect you to have thought about this lesson learned, but something I do think that would be worthwhile taking into account. I think we are particularly vulnerable. There's a number of communities in Dumfries and Galloway would be particularly vulnerable in a similar situation in the future. So just thinking about how can we maybe improve that working relationship with the energy companies, with the grid, to make sure that where there is communities who are out without power, we maybe don't have every single detail, but we very quickly know that there is outages, that there's communities without power, and we can get the resources that's needed.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I think you're absolutely correct with regards to the communication aspects, and I can confirm that the LRP will be debriefing following this incident, and we're quite keen to actually dig into some of these details as well. We obviously recognising that Scottish Power cannot share all their information due to commercial sensitivities and data protection, but there is worth digging into that and seeing what we can do for future instances as well. And I think your point in terms of communicating with people on the ground in particular is a very valid one. And what was interesting in terms of how things transpired over the weekend, was that Dumfries and Galloway didn't have a great deal of large communities that you were actually seeing in the northeast of Scotland out for significant periods of time. There was some disruption to our communities, but a lot of the people who were impacted over a period of days were in isolated properties across the region, and part of the reflection we will have with our multi-agency colleagues will be how we can better actually support the communication of these issues to those affected and support Scottish Power in that regard.
Okay, thanks very much. Before we move on, Derek, you want to come in quickly?
No, happy to wait to the end, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Right, okay then. Pauline?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mark, can I just thank you very much for the communication that you helped me with on Monday after the last storm. But what I wanted to say this time, I know going forward it's looking positive, and you've kindly set up arrangements to have meetings to improve the community resilience. So thank you very much for that. What I did want to say though, and I don't wish to appear too critical, but today we are getting information as we speak. You know, people are texting me, sending me messages on Facebook with regards to what's happening. They're unsure as to whether they're making up their appointments for their inject vaccinations at one of the clinics today. So DG Voss was last updated on the 1st of November. There's nothing on the DG Voss page today. The DG Voss page was brilliant during the flooding, but it has just died a death again. Sorry to criticise, but you need to update that page. I've got my information today off the DG what's on site. There is information on the council page though, so you know I congratulate you for that. But all these three places need to have the information on in times like this. You know, we don't want to always be relying on external agencies for this info. And going forward, hopefully, as councillors, if we can't get hold of ward officers on these situations, it is ourselves that get phoned. We also could really do with the resilience teams numbers across our own communities, or where we can find these people so that we can get to them and direct our constituents in the right direction. And then lastly, hopefully going forward, we can look at generators and 1 or 2 points, but I know we've discussed that and you've kindly agreed. So thanks very much. And yeah, well done to everyone who worked so hard, because it was pretty traumatic for Spen and the other agencies, including yourself. So thanks again.
Okay, thanks very much. Jim Dempster?
Sorry, Chairman, I'm more on the microphone there. Just a quick observation. There's nothing worse, or at least for me anyway, than phoning the reception and getting a pre-recorded message saying you're 10th in the line or 10th in the list. Is there a way we can circulate a list of telephone numbers to elected members, obviously only for the Galloway Council staff, so that if we have an emergency, we can get directly to the most appropriate member of staff and not have to wait in a line to be answered, because probably in a time of emergency there'll be other folk ringing the council switchboard as well, and you finish up in a queue, and it's particularly frustrating. So if we could have, and I hope all members would receive that, not just members of this committee, but so that we have a list of contacts to hand, that if it be flooding, loss of power, whatever it might be, that we're a member of staff that will be able to direct our call to the most appropriate service. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so I think you can take that back to the resilience group and get something organised, Mark, yeah? Rather than a response race now. I've got Ian Blake, and then the director wants in. Okay, so Ian? And then we'll go, they'll definitely go then to recommendations. Okay, right, Ian?
Right, thanks for letting me back in. Very briefly, I think it's been very helpful what we've covered today. One part that I didn't actually mention was I think there may be some uncertainty on how the local resilience plans, how they actually activate themselves, and it's maybe something we could look into in the future, how it's communicated when they actually take action themselves. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, that's a point well made, Ian, and I think maybe we should be looking at the areas we don't actually have a resilience team, about how we can start, because I know we were working on that pre-COVID. Right, so I'll leave that in Mark's capable hands. Derek, you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Clearly, very important debate this morning, or maybe this afternoon now, and just to acknowledge through you, Chair, that we're very clearly understanding the messages we've received, and you can be assured that the senior leadership team only yesterday very much debriefed on these recent incidents, and it's important to note we're not even in the first week finished of December, and that's us already having dealt with fairly significant events. Only last weekend, the same staff on this call were dealing with avian flu that was communicated directly to all 43 members over the weekend. So as the report highlights, we clearly will be ensuring that there is a rapid response on all of these issues. That's vital. We're privileged to have hard-working and committed voluntary organisations. The importance of that communication triage is heard loud and clear from the committee today, and that was indeed one of the specific actions that SLT agreed we would take forward in the coming days, and will update members in due course. What we should not lose sight of is what's highlighted in the report, and that's the unfortunate reality that if we're continuing to have to respond to these incidents, which we will have to as an absolute priority, the knock-on effect on the workforce and those workforce challenges are becoming increasingly significant. And Stephen Herriot gave a perspective on that earlier. And it's therefore, to finish through you, Chair, on the basis that, as you've all said, recognition and thank you to all the staff who have worked tirelessly 24/7, who have been available. There's always a senior member of the management team from the Council available. Clearly, we'll review and improve, but fundamentally, this is a huge challenge for us, and I wouldn't underestimate the importance of this coming forward in the weeks ahead. So it's to assure the committee of the commitment of the whole of the Council's management team to address these issues, notwithstanding the resultant impact it has on delivering the day job. Thank you, Chair.
I think you might be muted, Councillor Ferguson.
Sorry, so beg your pardon. I've just got to move the recommendations. I think we've given this a really fair airing today, and I think it's partly there to keep the members of the public who are listening in and the press who are listening to what we're saying here today, that we've taken this really, really seriously. We've given it the proper time it needs to have a real good old chinwag about this and get some positive actions going forward and learn the lessons of what's happened in the recent past. So I'm now going to move the recommendations. So are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.4? I see there's some comment on the chat as well. That I'm sure Mark will pick those up and answer those offline and move forward. Okay, with that in mind then, I'm going to move forward to item 19, the Flood Risk Management Update Report. Provides members with an update, obviously, on the flood risk management schemes. Brian Templeton is available in Teams to take any questions on the report with assistance from other colleagues as required. And I think James and Michael are on standby to assist if need be. Brian, have you anything to add to your report, or are we going straight to questions?
Thanks, Chair. I've got one update, 3.7.3. We did say that we were continuing engagement with SEPA. We've actually found out recently that any interim works which would be needed to done needs to go through the same licence process, which would take the same time of 4 months. So, apart from that one minor change, I'm happy for questions, Chair.
Thanks very much, Brian. Willie, you want in?
Please, Chair, and I've already made reference in an earlier report. I found it surprising that we don't see the Stranraer flood prevention scheme, at least to keep us up to speed with what is happening and the number of slippages there's been around the Stranraer flood prevention works. As the report says, I was consulted on and told about the further slippage when we've discussed this at a number of communities committee meetings, and we got an assurance it would definitely be going ahead at the turn of this year, if not accelerated in 2021. But it's the very opposite. It's further slippage and indeed not starting until May of 2022. And while that, the reasons are given there, and I think it's down to pressure and shortage of human resources, we've got a situation where people are living in fear of their properties flooding, and we're experiencing extreme weather just now, and they'll be wondering if their properties are going to be flooded again. And this is now through to May before any work actually starts. In that discussion I had with Duncan MacDonald, I believe Brian was on the call, there was talk of temporary work to mitigate, to try and alleviate the flooding until the major works start in May, but there's no reference to this. Can I get an assurance that that temporary work that was referred to will kick in early part of next year and at least mitigate against the fear of flooding until this work starts in May? Could have that assurance and this time that it is carried out.
Yeah, if I can answer that through you, Chair. Yeah, I think temporary works, I think Councillor Scobie, as I made the sort of previous point, 3.7.3, we had put in this report as interim works. So, maybe we should have put it as temporary works. We've been engaging with SEPA, and SEPA have only recently came back and said that a complex, licence for these works is needed, and that can take up to 4 months. Obviously, as soon as we put this, licence in, we'll be pushing SEPA as best as we can to get this licence through. But it can take up to 4 months. So I hope that's answered your question, Councillor Scobie.
I'm not sure if that's a guarantee that what I'm looking at, even in 3.73, is that an assurance that we will put in temporary measures to try and mitigate against any flooding over the period from January until May, until such times as the work is completed. I know the Director has referred to that people should be kind and tolerant in these difficult times, but I think that people have been more than tolerant throughout the period, and the number of slippages that have been to the Stranraer, this particular area of Stranraer. I just want a clarification, Brian, to what you're saying, this, that we will put in those temporary measures at the turn of the year and before the major works start in May.
Yeah, again, through you, Chair, I would need to say that until we get SEPA licence through, we're not allowed to do temporary measures either. It's certainly something that we've asked, and and we need a complex licence for both, for the full works, and if we were looking at any temporary measures. So we won't be putting these in until we get a SEPA licence through. So just to make it clear that we can't do temporary measures, but as soon as we put this licence into SEPA, we'll see if there's anything that can be done to maybe shorten this 4-month window.
Chairman, I'm afraid that the council's reputation is very much at risk here in terms of the public for that area.
With respect, please, Councillor, I think if I to give us the licence to do it, until that time, we're in the hands, as I say, we're in SEPA's hands. Is that a correct assumption, Brian?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, then. So, no, William. Moving on. Sorry, Ian Blake.
Thank you, Chairman. I welcome the report. I think it's very helpful, given a kind of timeline. Although I'm quite sure some other members will be able to question some aspects of it. I would particularly like to go to paragraph 3.3 and 3.3.2 in particular, that gives a timeline for the White Sands project. And not surprisingly, well, it's fairly well known that I'm not in favour of the project, but I would like to ask one point. It mentions that it'll start with the development of the capital investment strategy and the budget setting process in Q1 of 2022. Now, this is immediately before local authority elections. That I would like clarification, or I would like an assurance that there will be no additional spending during the first quarter, as the direction may very well change after May 2022. Thank you.
Brian, are you able to answer that?
Yeah, I would say that obviously until we go to the capital, investment strategy, we wouldn't be looking at any project costs until this is went there, and until the council budget setting process has been done.
Okay, my reading of the last budget setting process was that both the budgets that came forward had the capital spend for the White Sands in it. So I think what we're talking about here is what's happening in the future, and I don't think that's an answer this council can give you, Ian, because that'll be very much in the hands of the new council that comes in May 2022. But I do take your point. Right, so who have I got now? I've got David Ingalls and then Jim Dempster.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and thank you, Brian, for this report. And we really appreciate the work you're doing, Stuart, and the recent engagement event. On page 355, can you confirm that the team have had face-to-face meetings with all of the worst affected properties along the riverbank? I think you listed 74 with 30 site visits.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, I think we've only met the people who specifically asked for site visits. Our next step there is we'll be sending out letters in the next sort of few days as to go and get survey works done of the 74 most affected, and again everybody through these letters that have been written to in the past, if they ever want to contact the project team, it's got our contact details there. So all 74 properties have been updated by letter. I hope that answers your question.
I see Michael's come on screen as well. Have you anything to add to that, Michael, to that answer?
Yes, through you, Chair, yes. Exactly as Brian said, we had contact with 30 of the 74 affected properties who came forward, and that revealed to us that we needed some additional surveys and additional information. So it wasn't necessary at this stage to contact the 44 again. What we're doing is going through the whole survey process, then we will write to all 74 and then ensure that we speak to all of them as we can once we've got this additional information.
Okay with that, David?
Yeah, really happy with that. I think the Sparling Bridge has been a resounding success in Newton Stewart, and I think your team need to be congratulated for that. Again, I believe it's now complete. Am I right?
Yep.
Yeah, go on, Michael.
Yep. Sorry, Brian. Yes, through you again, Chair. Yes, I think we've just got a couple of minor repairs to do in conjunction with Story, but yeah, it is. I was, it's 99.9% complete. We're just in the final phases of getting all the documentation together. But yes, there'll be some minor works, but there's nothing major to happen there now.
Just before I bring Jim Dempster in, David, any feedback on how the two communities are finding that Sparling Bridge, because it was there to connect the two communities, or one community to the shopping centre and to the main street and the main buildings in Newton Stewart. Have we had any feedback on that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, everybody's delighted with it, delighted how it looks, and the accessibility to the supermarkets for the mini-gaff people. I think, I think everybody is really appreciative of what we've done. I think it's a feather in the cap for the council.
Thanks very much, David. That's much appreciated. Jim Dempster?
Thanks, Chair. Just an observation. I don't want to start a fight, but I don't think it's appropriate suggesting that the council might stop spending money on the basis that the Conservative group might take charge of the council after local elections in May. We have a policy direction and we have policies in place with projects that are being progressed, and I would expect that's exactly what will happen unless we as a council at next week's full council change council policy. Thanks, Chair.
I've already not quite ruled on that, Jim. I said it's not something officers could make a promise on, because it would be up to the new administration, whichever that might be when it comes in. So I'm moving on from that. Jackie McCammon, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one, please. Michael or Brian, so looking at the amended timeline, we're now probably, I don't know, 9 months, pushed back a bit, and for reasons that's detailed in the report. I just wonder how do we plan to manage expectations in the meantime of the public and of the people who we've consulted and are due to consult, because again, as well as I do, questions will be asked. So I just wanted clarification on how, like I say, we're going to manage expectations and again, just continue the public engagement there.
You want to answer that one, Michael?
Yep.
Michael. Yeah.
Yep. Again, through you, Chair. Yes. I mean, we had the engagement event. I think it was September, when everyone that came and spoke to us or had a newsletter through, we give them as honest an update that we could at that time. The 74 most affected will be getting a letter regarding these new surveys and the reasons why. That'll be going out next week. So the 74 most affected will be updated, and then certainly through the ward members, the community council, if the need's there, we can put out an additional newsletter to the general community, just to give them an update of where we are and the reasons why the project's slipped compared to the last update. So we can certainly put those measures in place if that's needed.
Okay. I think there's also the understanding as well, the better you engage with the public at the early stages, then the less likelihood of prolonged legal processes kicking in at a later stage. Am I right? I think that's part of the rationale for us going the extra yard there and taking a wee bit longer. I'm not sure whether Michael or Brian would answer that question.
Again, Chair, with the previous answer, yes. I mean, with Newton Stewart, we hope we worked really well with the community council, the ward members and the community. And I think you know, we give an explanation that the number of people that came at the last event, there wasn't many came because we've pretty much kept them up to date with regular contact and newsletters, and we will continue to do that. And hopefully with the work we did on Sparland Bridge, that to see we are committed to Newton Stewart and getting this project moved along.
Your hand still up. I take that's a legacy. I've now got.
Can I just come in?
Ronnie Tate, want to come in? Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I would just like to, thank Brian and Michael for this report, actually, and also thank them for the work that I've done in the consultations across here in Langham. There's been some hard days for them across here, so I really would like to thank them for their efforts and their, and also, hopefully the recommendations that we've got in front of us will go through. So again, thank you very much, Michael and Brian.
That's actually I'm really pleased to hear that. Happy member. Bodes well. David, do you want to come quickly back into observation?
Yeah, it was just a point Jackie made there, actually, which is really relevant. It's the extension of the timescale. And there is an issue with the footpath below the bridge is now going to stand for 2 winters, and there's a real risk that we're going to lose that footpath. So it's just to flag that up if we can and see whether we can do something to address that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll, Brian and Michael, they can take that offline with you, David, if that's okay. It's a very specific. Thanks. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Thanks. No problem. And I'm assuming you'll just copy all 4 ward members into the communication about that. Yeah, that's brilliant. Okay, I've not got anybody else coming in to speak here. So I'm going to move to the recommendations. Are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the 2 of you. And I'm now going to move on to item 20, the Gull Management Update and Options Appraisal report provides an update for members on the development of a Gull Management Plan to detail measures that members could consider putting in place to get long-term solutions, and the report also provides a legal opinion on the legislation that limits gull control. Sandra Hartness is available through Teams and Vlad as well. Can I ask either of you, have you anything to add to this, or are we going straight to questions? Straight to questions, right? Okay. Okay, Jim, is that on this?
Yes, it is. Yes,
yeah. Okay, Jim, and then Pauline. Okay.
Pardon?
It's you, Jim, and then Pauline after you.
Sorry, thank you. Right, I'll be writing to Sandra. We have communicated regularly on our local issues, so I'll do that offline. There are a couple of things that I'd like to just discuss online. The first is page 3.2 and page 384, where it talks about a licence being required, individual licence applications for both residential and commercial. Well, my issue is it's a public park. It's neither residential nor commercial, so we might not need a licence for that. I don't know, but that's just an observation. It isn't covered in the report because it's neither commercial nor residential. And you've also got to give a justification why the licence is necessary. The other point is a licence will only be granted if Nature Scott are satisfied in other satisfactory solutions, and I think there is in my case, and that's something that I'll talk to with Sandra about. But on page 385, it talks about gull-proof bins, and I know we're putting them in Dumfries, and I would have thought it would be an automatic, if we're deciding that that's a solution in Dumfries, it should be a solution elsewhere as well. And I've asked for 2 new bins for a town in my ward and been told I'll get 2 of the inns that Dumfries no longer want or need. And I don't think that's helpful, because if they're no solving the solution in Dumfries, they shouldn't be solving the solution anywhere. So I've asked for 2 new bins on the 16th of August, and they're not here yet. There's nothing here yet. I've still got 2 two damaged bins, and they're no gull proof. I think that's the point. So I think that if we're taking measures to mitigate the attraction for gulls in Dumfries, it should be across every community that's affected by gulls and gulls looking for a source of food. But the rest of the stuff I'll take up with Sandra offline, and thanks for your time, Chair.
Thanks very much. I'm not sure that Sandra or Vlad can answer the question about the allocation of bins, because that could, I think, probably come under somebody else. But I'm sure they can take that back and again speak to you when you talk to Sandra offline. I would hope there are no rejects, should we say. I'm hoping there may be surplus to requirements in Dumfries. I'm not sure, but I'll let officers check that out for you, Jim. Okay.
Thanks very much, Andy. I do think, as an aside, that in high-profile locations, but high streets, we shouldn't be putting second-hand bins out. It should be new bins, because that's in keeping with how we'd expect all communities to be treated. But that aside, no, I'll take that up offline, Chair. I was more concerned about the fact that the application being required for residential or commercial, and in my location, it's neither. And I'm just highlighting that for Sandra. But I'll take up this stuff offline with Sandra in the immediate future. Thanks for your time, Chair.
Okay then, so I've got Pauline, then Willie, and then the director wants to come in. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Sandra, thanks to yourself and the team for the work undertaken so far with regards to the recruitment of the dedicated gull officer. I do appreciate the difficulties when trying to obtain the relevant gull licences through Nature Scot, and also keeping within the legalities of the 1998 Wildlife and Countryside Act. However, I would like to register my concerns re a few issues in the detail contained within the report. Firstly, I'm somewhat surprised that only 90 licences have been applied for so far across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, despite the fact that in one ward alone, 66 detailed questionnaires, which I have in front of me, were submitted to the council via the chief executive, expressing severe distress and anxiety being caused by the gulls. Some constituents only received the gull email last week, and the newly dedicated email address was omitted in the correspondence. Could I please have assurance that all constituents are written to or emailed again, i.e. those who've expressed initial concerns in questionnaires, etc., with the detail of this dedicated email, whereby they can ask for help or assistance or potentially a licence should they so need one? Secondly, I note in the initial consultation with community councils, I note the initial consultation with community councils, this email was sent on the 10th of October, but only 4 responded, which does raise alarm bells. Could I ask that on behalf of the community councils, one of which I spoke to last night, that these be resent as a matter of urgency, including the dedicated email address, as spring is fast approaching and we need to have total clarity at our next Communities Council meeting as to whether the councils, alongside Nature Scot, can implement the 5 action points in 3.7, but also potentially action roof spikes, wire nets, egg and nest removal, and egg oiling where appropriate and necessary, should the relevant licences permit. In reality, time is of the essence. Thank you, Sandra.
Just before you come in, Sandra, can I just ask you, when you're going to send these emails out, can you put a tracker on it so that we can prove it's been sent? And if it's been opened by the community councils and the people who are making the complaints, because I'm acutely aware my inbox or my spam box often contains things that I need to go back and check on. So I wouldn't like to assume they've just not been written to or they've not responded. It may be there are other technical questions. So if you just, before you respond, if you can maybe make sure that that's part of the process, so that we've got an audit trail, quite frankly.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we'll ensure in future that is done. We were concerned as well at the number of responses that we got back. So we do suspect that perhaps that engagement didn't go quite to plan. So we have definitely committed to re-engage with the community councils, and yes, we'll definitely take that on board with regard to the tracker on the emails.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Drysdale, if I may, Chair, two points that she raised. The 90 licences that we have applied for, we haven't actually applied for them yet because the application process isn't open until January. But we have currently a list of 90. We're building on that. We have committed to apply for those 90 as soon as the process becomes open to us. It will possibly be more by that time in January. We will go through the 66 letters and ensure that if there's anything on there that we haven't included in the 90, that we can bring those in. If they're lacking in detail, we need quite a bit of detail in order to put the licence application in. But if it means re-engaging with constituents, then we'll endeavour to do that if we can before it opens in January. And also, as I've said, with the consultation with community councils, yes, we will resend those out and re-engage with the community councils.
Okay, Pauline. Wally?
Thanks, Chair. A number of points have been made. I just want to make a couple. Pauline referred to looking at 3.7 of the 5 actions there. One is only practical and it only refers to Dumfries, with 3.8, extending the rollout or the gull-proof bins. It's really in all the report, and I look at the recommendations, they are all for noting, when indeed we had this at full council for a debate there, and we were looking for action to be taken. So for anything to happen that's going to be effective, it's around 3.8, and I would have hoped we'd be looking for an agreement today to move these forward, notwithstanding there could be cost implications as identified in 3.9. Because when I look at 3.10, then the Wildlife and Community Act, then we have sought legal opinion. But I was contacted following the debate we had at full council. I was contacted by a lobbying organisation in Bath that I believe has got representation in Dumfries and Galloway, and they are lobbying on the basis of the change to the legislation in dealing with a gull problem that's universal across the whole of the UK. And while we recognise that the protection of wild birds, there's also got to be a protection and a recognition for the problems the gulls cause to people in general, and that's across Dumfries and Galloway, as has been mentioned by the other 2 speakers. So in looking at this, rather than just noting all the actions here, and that's all they're asking, I would hope we would become more proactive in under 2.3, that we also engage the area committees, not only to write out to community council and ask them for the response, but involve the area committees. Us, anyone from the ward can do so, and indeed it was the director that introduced the ward events, and we've already had a number in Stranraer. So people can ask for a ward event, but to assist that, I would hope that we can look at area committees in terms of what we're going to do, because it seems to be very much centralised in the report, and I would hope we can get it out to the local areas through the area committee. And likewise in 3.8, rather than just mention this, I would hope that we can agree a course of action, a practical course of action, not as identified in 3.7, while it's important that these, other than the one practical point in this one, they're all about giving advice to people in how to deal with the gull problem. That has not worked successfully up to now, and I would hope that the report would have been more about taking action rather than just noting all the responses. That's not a criticism of Sandra. It's the committee that should be doing something about the gull problems that exist right across Dumfries and Galloway. And I would hope that we can agree 3.8 and get a timescale for 3.8 and to introduce the other parts that I've just referred to. Also, when I make reference to the lobbying group, I would hope, and I'm quite happy to pass on the communication to officers, that we contact them as well to see what activity they're doing as a lobbying group to try and bring about change to the legislation.
Okay, Sandra, before I let you in, I'm just looking at 3.8 and 3.9. These are potential actions, and my reading of this is based, the action on them will be on the assessment and exploration of what needs done in each specific location and the resources we've got available. So I don't think it needs to change that there, because there's the necessary delegations are there for officers to actually take that forward. Derek, you want in?
Thanks, Chair. No, the point's been covered. Thank you.
Okay,
Chair,
thanks.
could I just seek clarification from you? So in 3.8, all those actions can be affected at any time in each of the areas? That's already been agreed?
Well, that's my understanding. It's in the delegations, but see if Vlad's got his hand up.
Yeah, just to confirm, those options that are there, the proposal that you've got in front of you is that we will further explore that and explore exactly what the cost will be, because obviously one of the points that was raised, and is a very valid point, that it's about the full rollout of this across Dumfries and Galloway, and therefore we have to assess the impact of that in terms of cost for each single one of these alternatives, and then put that in front of you for decision making and potentially any implications in terms of cost. There might be some already that we could cover within current budgets, absolutely, but there might be some that we just don't have a budget for. So the proposal that you have under 3.8 and 3.9 is for us to come back committee with a better assessment of the implications relating to these, so that this committee can take a decision on which of those actions, if all of them, are to be taken forward.
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, so that's things where you don't currently have a delegation for?
No, it's a matter of we have delegation, but not necessarily the budget for.
Okay, so it's part of the budget setting process, so you'd have to get permission to actually spend the money. So the identification's there, and you would have to come back to, if it was going to put you out of budget, to spend the money. Yeah. So I think we're both right here, Willie, and I'm hoping that's a suitable answer for you. Okay.
Chair, I would hope that we can get an early report back on 3.8. Oh, sorry, 3.8 on the practical measures that we have some indication in early course, or at least a time scale for coming back to committee, because we're going into the summer season, and people are going to be pestered with gulls. And again, I make the point right across the region, and I would hope we get an early report back, giving us an indication of cost and what needs to be agreed.
I see Vlad's got his hand up, but if you read 2.5 in its entirety, there'll be a report to next committee. Can it be any quicker than that, Willie?
That's good, Chair.
Chair, you might be muted.
Oh, sorry. So are we happy to move the recommendations? Happy to agree 2.1 to 2.6?
Chairman, I've had my name in for a while to speak. It's Jim again.
All right, Jim. Okay.
Just very briefly, and I'm sure this will be a given, but where the council has a direct responsibility because the land or property is owned by the council, that should be the primary focus, because we have a duty of care. We should be dealing with that before we expand the measures into the wider community. And I'm trusting that that will be the case, because where our assets are causing disruption and damage to adjoining neighbours and properties, that has to be addressed as a matter of primary concern, and I trust that'll be the case. Thanks, Chair.
I think there's more owned by the council, Jim, than one place in Sanquhar. So, and I'm not being flippant when I say that. We have responsibility and law for the whole region.
That's why I said property and buildings. I didn't even mention Sanquhar, Chair, but there are lots of council assets that have to be addressed first before we go to the wider community on the basis that we have a responsibility. And it's a direct responsibility, and that's the point I was making.
I don't think it's for this committee, Jim, but I take your point. Okay, and I'm sure Vlad and Sandra will be working with the responsible council service area to make sure that our properties are as gull-free as we can possibly make them. So then we're going back again. Are we going to the recommendations? Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.6?
Chair, if we just add on 2.3, not only community councils, but we put this before the area committees, so that, you know, those that don't respond from the community councils, then there's an opportunity to feed into the area committees. And likewise on 2.6, that we make contact with the lobbying group in Bath and passing it over so that we can get advice on what the legislation they're looking at as well from a perspective of a lobbying group.
In fact, in refer to 2.6, Willie, the officers have taken that on board, and they've just to forward that, and they will deal with that organisation as part of the process. It doesn't have to be part of the recommendations, it doesn't need to be. The other bit you were talking about there, I'm just looking at here about the community councils. If we want this report to come back to the next committee, it can go to community councils, to area committees first, because there won't be any in place before then, I don't think. So
no, Chair, it was just part of the process. I'm not suggesting that it stops or tries to hold up back the report coming to the next area committee. It's just so that we engage with the area committees so that people can get a sense that it's being looked at and seriously being looked at. All right, I suppose I see Vlad's got his hand up. So for officers to report into respective area committees in the future, just about how this is progressing, is that what you're getting at? Yep. Okay, I'll let Vlad in. I think that's what Vlad was maybe going to answer. So I'll leave that in Vlad's hands and Sandra, and we'll get what we need to get. I see there's another hand up now, as I'm really keen to move on here a wee bit, guys. Pauline, your hand's still up, or are you wanting back in quickly because we're at...
Yeah. Sorry, Chair, I do apologise. Just very, very quickly, with regards to the recommendations, we need to be careful here with the costings, because you might find, I'm sure Sandra will, that when she speaks to some of the members of the communities, that they might be actually happy to contribute to these licences, whether that's a legal... there's an ability legally to do that or not. So please, if we're talking to communities, could we consider that if the cost factor becomes an issue? Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Sandra.
Yeah, I think it's a given there that companies should be looking after their own properties. Yeah. Okay, so I'm moving. Finally, I'm moving to the recommendations. So are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.6?
Happy to note.
Okay, thanks very much. I think we should probably stop now for lunch. How long do we want? 20 minutes? Is that enough? Okay, nobody suggesting. So we can come back at 1:20. Okay, so we'll suspend the meeting till 1:20. Okay, thanks just now, everybody. Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to the Communities Committee. Claire, can you just confirm that we're quorate, please?
Yes, Chair, most certainly quorate for the benefit of members on Teams. And I have 2 members present in the Council Hall. Councillor Scobie has left the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. In that case then, we'll move forward, folks. We'll go to item number 21, the development of the second Dumfries and Galloway active travel strategy. Seeks members agreement for the development of the second active travel strategy, which is uniquely down as ATS2. So I've got Tony Topping available with some colleagues, Peter McCormick, Carlos Soto and Douglas Kilpatrick online to take us through this. Tony, as the report author, have you anything to add to this, or any of your colleagues anything to add to this, or can we go straight to questions?
Thanks, Chair. No, there's nothing further to add. We're happy to just proceed to questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tony, and welcome to the other officers or consultants who are present. Have we got any questions for any questions on the paper? It looks as though it's an easy ride in this one, Tony. I mean, given it's a mandate paper, isn't it? It's to give you the proper mandate to take things forward from here.
Yes.
I'm not seeing anybody want to come in on this, so with that in mind, I'm happy to go straight to the recommendations, and are we happy to note the recommendations and agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.3?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. I hope they're all as easy as that, Tony. So we'll move on to item number 22, which is the implementing transformation, public transport and travel. Provides members with an update on the progress with the public transport and travel transformation work programme. Harry Hay is available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Harry, have you got any update, or are you happy just to go straight to questions?
Nothing to add. Many thanks, Chair. Happy to go to questions.
Okay then, any questions for Harry? I'm giving them a bit of time here, Harry, to see if there's anybody coming in.
Yeah, of course, Chair.
Doesn't look like it. So in that case, Harry, it looks as though you've had an easy day. So are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.5?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Not the contrary. Thanks very much, Harry. We'll now move on to item number 23, the Council 20 mile per hour speed limit and traffic calming policy. Purpose of the report is to seek members' views and agreement around 3 aspects of the Council's 20 mile per hour speed limit and traffic calming policy. One is implementation of 20 mile per hour speed limits as the final stage of the schools programme. 2 is implementation of 20 mile an hour speed limits in the 10 largest settlements, towns in our region. And 3 is the outline timetable and consultation arrangements for the review and update of the 20 mile an hour speed limits and traffic calming policy, which will determine our long-term strategic goals and arrangements. I've got a team available here, Stephen Herriot, with Tony Topping and Mike Fox. Now, just before we go on to the recommendations, Tony, I'm just wondering if you can explain the Transport Scotland implications set out in Appendix 2 and point 3. Can you maybe do that for me before we go to questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in Appendix 2, which you'll probably have seen, it's the appendix on the community programmes, the communities programme, and we've listed the list of towns based on population size for obviously consideration and implementation of the 20 mile an hour schemes. So it's just to make you aware that some of these towns have obviously got trunk roads on them, and trunk roads come under the remit of Transport Scotland, and under their operating companies, which is Amy for the west and Bayer Scotland for the east. So straight away on our list we've got Stranraer, so we've got the A75 and the A77 that run into Stranraer, so we will have to do some consultation and discussions with Transport Scotland. Moving along the list, Locker Briggs, that we've got the A701 that runs down into Dumfries if we were thinking of making the A701 20 mile an hour limit. Moving along onto, try not to miss any out, we've got Langham, which is the 7, and then later on we've got Kirkconnell and Sanquhar, which are both on the 76, as well as Thornhill, which is on the 76. So again, just to make members aware that it's not just the local roads authority, but we will need to consult and get agreement with Transport Scotland for the 20 mile an hour for the trunk roads. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Just ask the rest of the team, is there anything else to add? Are we, Stephen, are we comfortable just to go to questions?
Happy to go to questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got in here first. John Young first, then Adam, then Sean. Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report, Tony. It's very welcome. As you know, and in the previous paper on promoting active use throughout the region, I think this is a very important paper. As you'll know, the designated timber transport routes throughout the region were drawn up following consultation between representatives of the council and also the timber haulage companies to enable the safe transport of timber throughout our communities. I would like to propose that recommendation 2.3 is extended to include the communities on the timber transport routes. And if you'll bear with me, I would suggest we do that by looking at recommendation 2.3 and adding in a section that says, and communities on the timber transport route. So bearing with me, 2.3, I would hope to read, agree the introduction of temporary 20 mile an hour speed limits in 9 of our largest towns and also in the communities on the timber transport routes, noting the stakeholder consultation through the statutory process for permanent arrangements for these 9 towns and the communities on the timber transport routes and Dumfries, and then as in paragraph 3.1 and appendix 2. So that is my proposal to extend this very welcome 20 mile an hour phasing in to also cover the communities in the timber transport routes. Thank you, Chair.
Can you pick that one up, Tony? Is it or Stephen who's want, or Mike who's want to pick it up? I think the first question really is that doable?
Thanks, Chair. I'll just come in on that. Do you want to mute, Tony? We can, yeah, we could take. Okay, sorry. We can take on board the focus on the timber transport group, the agreed routes map under the timber transport groups in terms of settlements that would be impacted and might be interested in 20 mile an hour temporary projects to be taken forward. In terms of the resources internally have within the council, what we've set out in terms of the schools, finishing the 24 primary schools as temporaries and then moving to permanence, and then the next 9 on the list, although we do list 15 out to August 2023 in Appendix 2. That's the plan of attack in terms of dealing with the next biggest populations, does take up the 4 full-time equivalent staff within the team to focus on that. So we would be looking at additional resources in some way if we were going to take on other priorities. Or this might be a third stream of priorities in terms of bringing, as well as the schools, finishing that project, finishing those schemes, and also the largest urban areas. So it would be very much linked to looking at resources in the future on that, or extending the timeline on the communities, the urban areas.
I think what's behind this, Stephen, is it's the willingness to include them in the programme, and how we then programme in the works required becomes an officer responsibility, doesn't it? So I think what we're trying to get here is we should be considering timber routes as well, given that the timber routes were in place long before we considered the 20 mile an hour things. So I'm just wondering if there's anything needs to happen with the national timber extraction routes working group, or whatever it's called these days. Yeah.
Yep, Chair, if I could come back in on that, and it might well be under 3.12 where we look at the policy and development in the future. The committee might be asking us to look at the timber transport routes with high HGV movements in consultation with the National Timber Transport Group. There might be an opportunity there if we take forward that as a stream of projects, that kind of third stream. There might be opportunity just to see if there is funding, if the Strategic Timber Transport Fund would consider such projects, but it certainly could be added in terms of the development of the policy over the next year for a focus for the team to consider these high HGV settlements.
Okay, so if I'm picking you up right then, so are you suggesting an extra bullet point then at 3.12? To cover the transport routes and talking to...
I think that's probably the best way to deal with it within this report, Chair. Yes, I think it would give us that kind of scope in terms of the range of the policy to consider those projects as well. Existing policy lets us look at the schools and the urban areas, and this would be the kind of the guide for us in developing the policy to consider that as a kind of third set of projects on timber transport routes with high HGV movements.
Yeah, and potentially a funding source as well, which would be would be very welcome, I would suggest. So, and that would be reported back to a future committee by Tony or yourself or someone. Yeah, yeah. The outcome of that.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. You comfy with that, John?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Stephen. I'm not really comfortable with it because there seems to be a lot of delay here, and I think as a matter of urgency, we want to move forward with getting 20 mile an hour on the timber transport routes. I would prefer to see it as part of the recommendations, to be quite frank, rather than just another bullet point as part of the report. I think it's that important. Well, I'll be quite happy to hear what the rest of the members say, so thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'll come back to that later, John. Who's next then? Adam?
I mean, I really wanted to welcome the report. First of all, I think that it's quite clear what members said at the last committee has really been reflected, and I welcome the approach that is going to be taken. Although I've got to say I'm slightly concerned that based on what sort of John Young's contribution, that we're in danger of repeating history here. You know, we have been, you know, sort of this policy and the implementation of this policy has been going on since 2013. There are communities that have been waiting a significant period of time. I think there's a clear proposal here that will allow us to actually really make some progress between sort of getting the schools finished, but also getting on to some of our larger communities, which actually does include trunk road sort of designated routes as well. And I think that, you know, there's a clear sort of time scale here that communities will welcome. There's a clear opportunity for consultation, which communities will welcome. And I think we have to be very careful in not repeating history by trying to do too much without the resource to back that up. One thing that I did want to also add, so that's my tuppence worth that discussion. But there's obviously a number of communities here, and I welcome that a number of the larger communities in my ward are included in this. Following the decision being taken today, I think it'd be useful for, as part of the member updates, for a sort of update to elected members on sort of the timescales for each of these areas, and also sort of sharing that with community councils, because sort of those changes will be of interest to communities, but also as well the sort of future timescales for the consultation will also be of interest.
You okay with that, Stephen? Yeah. An update for members with the sort of timescales?
Yes, Chair. Yes, I think we could probably provide kind of regular briefings and bulletins just on with the interest in the projects across the whole region on where we are progressing, and on, say, the large urban areas. There certainly will be that kind of discussion dialogue with ward members affected, for those first on the list and as we work through them. Yep.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mine is a kind of more of a modest addition to the current programme and way forward. It's just in relation to Appendix 2. I feel there's two glaring omissions from that, and it's the two major settlements stroke towns of Thornhill and Eastriggs. When you look at the local plan, etc., we have identified major settlements. And if you look at Andale and Eskdale, you've got 6 of the 7 major settlements identified in there, being Annan, Lockerbie, Gretna, Moffat, Lochmaben and Langham. And the only one that's missing is Eastriggs. And the same goes for Thornhill, which is a similar size population of nearly 2,000. You have Sanker and Kirkconnell, but the only one that's missing out of Upper Eskdale is Thornhill. So I would like to propose that we amend Appendix 2 to include these two, which would make it 11 instead of 9, and that wouldn't need a requirement to change the recommendation in 2.3 because we'll have amended the appendix.
Okay. Any comment on that, either Stephen or Tony?
Yeah, if I could, through you, Chair. Yeah, what I would say is that Appendix 2, we've actually listed the first 15 settlements in reduced population, 2 to 15 from Stranraer to Sanker, 16 and 17 are Thornhill and Eastriggs, and they would be following on, and the plan would be to follow on with them anyway. We anticipate the timeline to get through the first 15 would be August 2023. So there's maybe a slight mismatch with the recommendation where we were looking at the first 9 in the next calendar year, 2022. But pushing on, we'd be looking at August 2023 to do the first 15. And certainly, if members were agreeable to it, we would be continuing on with 16 and 17 being Thornhill and Eastriggs.
You okay with that, Sean?
Yeah, as long as if maybe Stephen could send me the list of the 17.
Yeah, I've kind of asked them to, if they can give us the first 15 and then where these other settlements are in the size topographic. So I think one of the officers will have that available and we can circulate it around the committee. You okay with that? Yeah, Stephen's giving us a thumbs up. Yep.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'm on to Ian Howie.
Thank you, Chair. Like Adam, I'll put my tuppence worth in, which is to support Councillor Young in his proper decision to prioritise the timber transport routes. It could be argued, as these communities do, that their physical layout, sometimes being only perhaps 300 or 400 yards long, with a straight road running right through, the temptation is for many is not to reduce their speed or moderate their speed as they enter these villages and the like. So I believe, as John does, that they should be given a degree of priority over the others. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the timber transport routes, I think it's a very good suggestion. I don't know, maybe if along the whole length of every timber transport route, we could put restricted speed because there's certainly a risk with these vehicles travelling at high speeds. So wherever they're travelling in D&G, it might be useful to limit them to 20 mile an hour. Excuse me, which is not my point. I am absolutely delighted to see that we are considering 20 mile an hour zones in major settlements. And we've got one in my ward where the school, an academy, sits right on the A76, and I've always been concerned about the welfare of pupils that are crossing what is a busy road. My real issue, though, is not so much that we get a TPO and we introduce 20 mile an hour speed limits. How do we ensure the vehicles comply? Because we don't have any control about that. That's a policing matter. And it seems to me that unless we do something to make sure that vehicles actually adhere to the speeds, and the trunk roads are one of the biggest issues because they're coming for 60 mile an hour, theoretically, down to 20 mile an hour in an instant. And in my case, the academy sits on the border of the 30 mile an hour limit. So there's a real risk that motorists will simply not adhere to the speed limit. And I realise it's not a problem, but if we introduce a speed limit, we have to be confident, I would argue, that motorists will actually adhere to that, or will simply be wasting officers' time and public money. So I'd be interested, not today because your officers can't deal with that, but I'd be interested in a discussion to make sure either we put in physical restrictions such as traffic lights, and they're on the A75 already, where if vehicles exceed the 30 mile an hour limit, it triggers a traffic light and the vehicles come to a stop. So we have measures that we can put in place that are quite extreme, but it would then ensure that motorists comply with the legislation that we are trying to put in place for the welfare of the residents of these settlements. Thanks, Chair.
I think that's a point well made, Jim, and it's certainly very effective. I've found in the villages in the 75. But I would think that's something that Stephen's team, when they're discussing with Transport Scotland, for example, for the 76, would have to take into consideration about what other calming measures they might require. Because if I'm right, it's not just the signs that are involved here. There may have to be other measures put in place. So, and I think that depends on from locality to locality. And I'm kind of looking at Tony here for his expert advice on that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll just start with going back to the fact that we're wanting to implement these using the temporary traffic regulation orders. Now, by using the temporary traffic regulation orders, we wouldn't be looking to put in any physical traffic calming measures on the basis that they are temporary to start with. So, and I think I've probably explained before in my last paper that when the mean speeds are above 24 miles an hour, that's when we would consider the traffic calming measures as part of a 20 zone. If mean speeds are below the 24, we can just implement signs and road markings without them. So this is how if you remember, we went to the police last year and we had lots of discussions over the Dumfries town centre temporary traffic regulation order, that they were very much of the opinion that they were looking for a self-compliant sort of speed limit with minimal enforcement from them. And that was why we picked the roads and streets in the town centre where the mean speeds were no more than 24 or 25 miles an hour. But yes, you're right. And it's something that, again, I've been talking to my colleagues at Scottish Borders Council with over their programme that that's been ongoing, about how they've tackled enforcement, how their relationship with the police, and how they've been able to, basically promote and get self-compliance from drivers, whether it is haulage companies, timber transport, visitors, tourists, locals, and it is something that will be the big focal point once they get introduced. Who's enforcing it, and do we really need physical traffic calming measures to enforce it? So yeah, it's definitely something we'll be considering as part of this whole programme moving forward.
Thanks for that. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Rob Davison.
Thanks, Chairman. So I certainly support John Young's suggestion, but I also do agree with Adam that I think that this is a good report. Without a doubt, the messages communicated from the last committee were genuinely and wholeheartedly taken away and worked on, and I really welcome what has come back. I think the inclusion of the timber transport routes is important in as much as it is equitable, or more equitable. Thinking not least in the Stewartry context, the majority of the population of Stewartry don't live in the three main towns, for example, but there will certainly be people who live in smaller communities on timber transport routes, which will be in the general way very busy with those particular heavy vehicles. So I think there is an issue there, and it's one that we could, I think, reasonably and sensibly look to make progress with, and it would provide for an equitable approach that recognises the characteristics of our region and the extent to which timber haulage, for example, is a significant issue for us. I also think the final broader point to make, Chairman, and it's really outlined in paragraph 3.2 down to around 3.5, and it's the broader context that this report sits in. My own view is, I think, taken to its logical conclusion, that we're looking at the beginning of an attitude change, maybe akin to bringing in the requirement to wear seatbelts, or even the kind of multi-decade approach to making drinking and driving socially unacceptable, to the point where the expectation will be, I think, in the future, that if you are driving through a built-up area, and it needn't in Dumfries and Galloway necessarily be a large one, the expectation is that the socially acceptable thing to do is drive at 20, because you will be encountering people who are cycling or walking or using other active means of travel to get around their own areas. We're still going to need cars to get between settlements. That's the nature of our region, however they're powered. But people within their own communities, I think, will expect to be able to travel around them in a way that, frankly, sees them take priority over vehicular transport in a way that isn't necessarily the case at the moment. I think that's the direction of travel. And to that end, the communities that don't necessarily feature yet, I think we would want to be clear aren't being forgotten about. We're making a good start with this list here. With, I hope, the addition that John Young sets out. But this will continue to broaden out in due course in the coming years, kind of in that way that I'm suggesting. So I guess really commentary rather than a question, Chairman, but I did want to speak particularly in favour of what Councillor Young has suggested. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rob. I think I'll take that as a statement of support rather than a question for Tony. Jane?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm sure the officers all realise that there is great enthusiasm for this, and we've all piled in on this subject. It's been a very long time in coming, but yeah. And I won't repeat what Councillor Davison has said. He's absolutely right. It's a change in attitude. I, as well as the timber transport issue, which I actually fully agree with, because you're right. In the Stewartry, these are little settlements which suffer disproportionately, I think, in many ways. And my key question was, within the Stewartry, is it in fact appropriate? The key criterion was population. Now, I think Councillor Young has probably dealt with some of that problem, but things like movements of quarry stone and tanker transport, and the positively industrial-sized dairies that we've got in the Stewartry now, all have changed the use of these roads, which were basically not designed to take that sort of level of speedy and heavy transport, which frightens people, frankly. Actually, they really don't care for it. So I would just like to say, Chairman, that we were going to have a seminar on this, which unfortunately had to be cancelled. And I do hope that will be rescheduled, because I think there's an awful lot to discuss in many ways in terms of detail. And I'd really like to do that and pick through the information. One of my colleagues had a very specific question which is that do we believe possibly the 20-mile-an-hour limits on arguably the trunk roads would then lead to people kind of catching up, so to speak, and accelerating, and therefore perhaps making life more dangerous, having come out of something which was slowing them down? Now, that's a question which I have been asked to ask. And perhaps now is not the moment, but maybe at the seminar we might get an answer to that. But I really want to welcome this. Thank you for the responsiveness to members' concerns. And let me tell you that I have had people from villages saying, at last, yeah. This is happening. And I really want to commend that we get on with this. Chairman, finally, if we're going to prioritise this, we perhaps need to think about putting some more resource towards it. So I'll leave that one with your, leave that thought with you. Thank you.
I think, thanks very much for that, Jane. I'm not getting anybody against what we're here. In fact, what they're putting forward is actually enhancements to what we've got. And I'm not getting any criticism whatsoever, because and I've just got a couple of bits of my own, and it's going back to Appendix 2. Instead of traffic calming could include, I would like to put in the words will include specific areas within towns, okay, because that gives the commitment to this committee and this council that we're taking it forward, and it's perhaps the reassurance some of the communities need, because could is up for interpretation, so we will. But I'm also very aware that the resources in this team are stretched to the limit, and it may take time. So I think we just need to be, on some occasions, we need to be a bit patient, and we work this through on need. The school programme is already in there. It's already a full council. It's a council decision already, so we take that forward, obviously, and the rest of the stuff we work on with the additional resource that we've put in there. So. I'm wondering here if what we need, because I'm really sorry, Pauline, do you want to come in? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you to the team for all the work you've done, because I know you've been hugely under pressure lately and with various bits and pieces. I just wanted to add on to the report. I think we're missing another point here, especially in that you'll notice it's a lot of the rural councillors that are speaking out today, and I'm in full support of this, but I do understand the pressures with budget and staffing that you're all under, I really do. But what I wanted to add on was we cannot forget that a lot of us have been contacted continually, not just about the forestry and the logging. It's also at the moment we're just about to get a new mineral farm up behind Newton Stewart, which will bring in more traffic, and we're also, all of us across the region, more and more wind farms look to be coming in, and it's a lot of the vehicle that are constantly mentioned are the bigger vehicles associated with that, the 4x4s that come through the villages. And earlier today we had a meeting, kindly you agreed to meet, and we wanted to just, I wanted to make you aware, and so did some of the rest of us, that it's not all conurbations, it's just some. It could be dependent on the number of houses or the number of schools, so we could take that into consideration with regards to the budget going forward. But yeah, so just to make us aware, it's not just the forestry, it's a whole additional amount of vehicles, as Councillor Maitland has alluded to. So if we could take that into consideration. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chair.
Pauline, I think your point's well made, and there's a temptation here just for this to grow arms and legs and include every small hamlet and whatever. And I think what we need to do here is to actually send out a message that we're looking at everything that where there's a public interest, everything where there's a risk, everything where it's on. There's a specific how can I put it? A specific need for example, or a specific policy or national policy kicks in, and so to try and get consensus here, because I really want to get consensus, because we need to send a united message from the council to the communities that we're working together in this. So if we were to change 2.3 so the arrangements for these and change the 9 to 11 towns, right? And that would of course include, because you'd have to update part 3 of Appendix 2, and also the timber haulage routes and Dumfries, because Dumfries is a separate thing because we've currently got a temporary a TRO in place. Am I right? So I'll just check with governance in a minute or two if this is okay. And then in Appendix 2, take out the could and put in will include specific areas within towns and that. And then a bit of clarification at the end. It's evidence based on road safety accident data, or if there's a need and the community support for a reduced speed limit. And that bit about community support for reduced speed limit is very important, because that means the consultation processes, engagement things, events we put into place will gauge that community support. So if you've got one member of the community who wants the 20 mile an hour and you've got 150 people who don't, then democracy tells us the 150 outweigh the one. So unless there's other mitigating circumstances. So are we, well, first off, governance, are we able to, is that legitimate? And can we actually add that into 2.3?
Thank you, Chair. There's obviously there was resource issues got raised by the officers when adding in the wording on communities on the timber transport routes. So you might want to satisfy yourself how that was going to be dealt with.
I think I see Adam's wanting to come in. Sorry, before I conclude what I'm doing. Adam, do you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair, I agree in principle with what you're trying to do and what we're trying to achieve, but Claire has made the point that I had said. I wonder if I could suggest alternatively is that we sort of leave the recommendations as they are, but we agree a 2.6 and sort of 2.6 of that. I agree that there will be further considerations on how we can enhance the current policy and work programme, and I think that allows us to first of all ensure that, you know, acting on, and I went back to the minute that we agreed at the beginning of the meeting, you know, where we asked officers to come back with sort of proposals that, you know, I'm just reading it here off my phone. Allow officers to explore all the options of what the council could do, in particular regarding how resources required, prioritising and listing of all locations requiring the 20 mile per hour speed limit programme of works over the next 12, 18 and 24 months, good practice guidance for applicants and the use of temporary traffic orders. And I think officers have done that, and I think we need to agree that. But there is clearly, I agree with the points around the stewardship, and actually the majority of the population don't live in major settlements. Although I have major settlements in my ward, a number of communities would also like 20 mile per hour zones. I think that, first of all, we need to make sure we've got the resources required, and I think we need to give officers the permission to go and do this now, because putting in, not learning the lessons of the past and putting too much in and putting too much in but not the resources required to do it doesn't help anybody and doesn't help us achieve what we're trying to set out today. But also as well, I think it allows us to send that message that you talk about to wider communities, that actually there is a change here. If we can go further, we absolutely will. If we identify further other resources, we will not hesitate in using them, and we can quite easily get a further report back to committee if that option became available. But also as well, I think that there could also be national policy changes that could happen at any time that would allow us to move quicker too. So I think I appreciate it might not be as sort of direct and as watertight as some would like it, but I think it does send that message, and I think it does make it quite clear that we're given the go ahead. You know, press ahead with what is set out in this paper. It is really good, but you know, we're definitely not putting it on the shelf now. There is further work to do, and there's an ambition from our communities all across the region, whether they be a hamlet or a town, to sort of progress here. And we will absolutely do everything we can to make the most of every opportunity, and if possible and if required, put in further resources at some point in the future.
Right. As I say, I'm trying to put a united front out here to the people of Dumfries and Galloway. I've already got a proposer and seconder to add the timber haulage routes to 2.3, and that's competent, because the officers did talk about they would then have engagement with the timber haulage organisation about potentially help funding some of this or even fund it. So that's a conversation that has to take place, and we need to give them that that mandate today to go away and discuss it with these people. So as I say, I'm sitting here trying to weigh up. I think your 2.6 that you're talking about, Adam, actually might be interpreted as kicking it into the short grass, if not the long grass. And we want to make sure that the progress we've made in the last few months is maintained. And I think the impetus is there. In fairness to this administration, we did put some additional resources in. And if Stephen and that team come back and say, well, they need more resources to meet the demand, then it'll be part of the budget setting process, quite frankly, the next budget setting process. And ultimately for the next administration in May. So I've not got anybody just now coming in to support you here. John, I'm not wanting to get into a debate here per se. We've pretty much got consensus. Do you want to come in and add something at this stage?
No, you're doing a grand job, Chair. Thank you.
Right. Okay. The proof will be in the pudding, eating of the pudding, John. So where are we? We've got Sean, who came in wanting to add Thornhill and Eastriggs to that list, but on the understanding that they'll be dealt with according to when resources are available, and that'll be a prioritisation process that officers will make, because we're certainly not going to go into them and pick one out of the 9 to put them into a ranking order. We've also got a very firm proposal. We put the timber haulage routes into 2.3, and I'm not seeing anybody. Jane, do you want to come in? Say Sean first, yeah, and then Jane.
Yeah, Chair, just based on the information the officers have gave us with regards to the resources, and I take the point that you're saying about, we have to find that additional resource, but I'm just wondering whether or not we could actually take an undertaking to kind of include the forestry routes. And, I'm also, probably might need another report back though as well. It's not kicking into the long grass, it's just making sure we have all the information available, because we would need to know how many settlements that this involves. But also as well, as I've heard from the officers, Eastriggs and Thornhill are with it, they say 16th and 17th, so there's another list of up to about maybe 18 or 19 that are on a priority list. So rather than probably making a decision today, I think we agree in principle, but we need probably another report back to see how we can tackle that if there's no additional resource identified. And if there is additional resource identified, then we need to know what priority these additions are.
Okay, fair enough. Jane, do you want to come in?
Well, thank you, Chairman. I hope that we are edging towards agreement. It seems to me that we should have our seminar and then come back after we've poked through all the issues at that seminar. But in the meantime, I see no reason at all why we don't push on with the recommendations as they stand there, and Councillor Young's addition with the timber transport route in 2.3. I think we're on a journey here. I don't think we need to get too hanked up. And I think the more information we get that comes through later on is fine. But let's not take our foot off this pedal right now. I'm sure we can get ahead with what we've got in front of us at this point.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, particularly about the timber haulage routes, because it involves officers talking to an outside organisation, and they need a mandate to do that. So, and that's what this committee would be giving them today, would be the mandate to explore with that oversee group that looks after the wider transport things. Adam, finally, and then we'll move on to something if we can. Yeah.
I mean, first of all, I'm not married to the wording and absolutely do not want to kick it into long grass, but, you know, I am concerned, and even the governance advice there was around actually identifying the resources. And while, you know, absolutely great if we can get money from somewhere else to do it, fantastic, but we don't have that certainty today. And I do think that there is a risk of repeating ourselves. I seem to be a lone voice here and absolutely comfortable with that, so quite happy to record my dissent on this point if need be. But I mean, I'm quite clear. I think that we do run the risk of repeating history here, by putting too much on the plate without having that identified resource. I completely agree with the ambition. I completely agree in principle with what has been said, but you know, we don't have the resources to do it, and we don't have the resources in place. We will not achieve all of it, and we run the risk of actually jeopardising the entire programme, which is the problem we've been trying to fix. And I was very much hoping we would have fixed today.
Well, I don't think the programme's broken if we agree what we're doing here today, because what we're saying here is that the officers then have certain criteria for certain parts that they will follow through. And if Stephen finds he's got an issue in terms of resource, then that will come back. Probably he'll find it out very quickly, I would suggest, and that would probably be another report coming back to a later committee, probably February, or be part of the budget setting process. So and I think what I'm trying to get across here is we can't do everything straight away, right? But what we can do is say that we are going to look at these things here and we'll work our way through them. And I think that's the important part. And if it's going to take too long, then Stephen would undoubtedly come back and seek additional resource from within the council. So are we okay? I'm just back to governance again. So if we amend 2.3 to the 11 and the timber haulage routes, as well as the borough of Dumfries, which of course is a separate entity, because it's already covered. Is that competent? I think that's the question. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would advise clearly you've talked through the issues there, so that'd be competent.
Okay then. So when we move to recommendations, and I'll do my best to try and sort this out. So at 2.1, we're happy to note. In 2.2, agree to the arrangements of the implementation of the and then permanent 20 mile per hour for the 24 primary schools that are already in the system. And then 2.3 is agree the introduction of temporary 20 mile per hour speed limits in 11 of our largest towns, noting the stakeholder consultation through the statutory process for permanent arrangements for these towns, and add in there the timber haulage routes and Dumfries. And the other part was Appendix 2, was to change, in the first sentence, to change could to will. And that shows our commitment that we will be including specific areas. And that will be very much down to road safety accident data, or a need being shown, and community support for a reduced speed limit. Are you happy with that?
Chair, I don't agree.
Happy to agree.
Say that again.
Sorry, Chair, I don't agree.
Okay, so have you got anybody to support or put a counter in?
Andy, I've just got a question. When you mentioned extending it from 9 to 11, I asked specifically for Eastriggs and Thornhill to be included, but from the officers' information, they are not 10th and 11th on the list. So I'm just wondering what happens if we include the timber routes. What happens to the other? If they say that Thornhill and Eastriggs are 16th and 17th, what happens to 10 to 17, 18 on that list of priorities?
Oh my fucking.
I was including Thornhill and Eastriggs into adding it to the to make it the 16th and 17th largest. That's what that was what I thought people were moving it.
Okay.
See, Andrew Wood's now supporting Adam, so it looks as though we've got a proposal and an amendment.
Chair. Point of order.
Who's that? Sorry.
Jim Dempster. Sorry.
Sorry, Jim. Yeah.
If you're adding in 10 and 11 to the 9 that's ready on the paper, then we'll need to know what that 9 and 10 and 11 are, because Sean's proposal was to put 2 specifically named communities in as the next 2 communities to be addressed. So there's a bit of clarity before we get to the motion amendment, if you don't mind, Chair. Thanks.
Well, it was Thornhill and Eastriggs were the 2 to add it on to make it 11. But I see Stephen's got his hand up. Stephen Herriot.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, a bit of clarity in Appendix 2, we've listed at paragraph 3, Stranraer down to Sanquhar. That's actually listing 2 to 15 in the order of decreasing population, and Thornhill is 16 and Eastriggs is 17. We'd listed there what we could achieve in terms of the first 15, including Dumfries to start with, by August 2023. In the recommendation, we talk about doing 9, and that's in the next year ahead, 2022. If we were looking at agreeing, we would just keep going through Thornhill and Eastriggs. It would affect the timeline, but you could talk about the next, or you could talk about the 17 largest settlements in the recommendation at 2.3, and we could consider in due course how that affects the overall timeline. But these are the order we would suggest that we take them forward in. So Stranraer would be next at number 2, Sanquhar would be 15, Thornhill 16 and 17.
Okay, with that clarity, are we okay? So that would actually be the 17 towns and Dumfries. Yeah. So it looks as though we've got a motion to amend 2.3 to make it 17, include the timber haulage routes and Dumfries, and we've got an amendment from Adam. Well, I don't know if it's an amendment from Adam. He was showing dissent at that stage, but Andrew Wood's come in and said he supports Adam. So, are you want to move to a vote here, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody's going to support me, my proposal is quite clear. We go with the recommendations and add in a 2.6. My amendment at this stage would just be to agree with the recommendation as laid out at 2.3 in the report.
Okay, so we're the motion at this moment in time then is to change 2.3 to the 17 towns, add the timber haulage routes and Dumfries. And have we got agreement on the will part in Appendix 2? I think we have. And that would mean in Part 3 we'd add Thornhill and Eastriggs into Part 3 of Appendix 2 as well. So is everybody clear or comfortable where we are?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Park, can you take us through?
Okay. I'm sure you'll correct me if I've got this wrong. Got a motion proposed by Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Howie. We're just looking at recommendation 2.3 here. It would be an amended 2.3. It would be agree the introduction of temporary 20 mph speed limits in 17 of our largest towns, noting stakeholder consultation through the statutory process for permanent arrangements in these 17 towns and Dumfries, and also in the communities on the timber transport routes. That's paragraph 3.11, and an amended appendix 2 which changes the wording to will and includes Thornhill and Eastriggs in the list at point 3. The amendment is proposed by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wood, which is recommendation 2.3 as in the report. So going to the vote then, Chair.
Motion.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
I'll come back to Councillor Blake. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Davidson.
Motion.
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Howie.
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls.
Motion.
Councillor Little.
Motion.
Councillor McGregor.
I think she's left.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Councillor McCallan.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Motion.
Councillor Marshall.
Motion.
Councillor Ronnie. Councillor Ronnie. We'll come back and check at the end. Councillor Scobie's left. Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
Councillor Wood.
Amendment.
And Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay then, checking Councillor Blake.
I did say motion, but you obviously didn't
Oh,
pick it up.
okay, thank you. And Councillor Ronnie. I think it's now left the meeting, I think. Okay. Right, motion's carried, 12 votes to 5. That's the amended recommendation.
Okay then, so we moved the recommendations 2.1 to 2.5 and 2.3 as amended. We agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for that. We'll move on to item number 24, Public Realm Capital Programme, Finance and Progress Monitoring. Report provides members with a financial progress financial and a progress update for the projects and programmes contained within the 21-22 Public Realm Asset Class Capital Programme. I've got William Neal available in Teams to take any questions on the report, with assistance from other colleagues as required. I've got Mike Fox, Duncan MacDonald, Nicholas Simpson and Tony yet again. William, moving across to you, have you anything you'd like to update us on?
Yes, we would like to let members know that Appendix 2 will change in February, March. We intend to put an extra column in stating when each scheme will either start by date or by quarter.
Thanks very much, William. I think that's in recognition of the request at last committee, I think, isn't it? Yeah. So, and I believe it's a technical thing. You couldn't get ready for this one, but you'll get ready for the next committee. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Duncan's smiling there. I hope it's good news, Duncan. Okay, have we any questions for this team? Jim?
Thanks, Chair. Just a very brief one. I'm going to catch Duncan offline because I need to speak to him about a particular local issue, but it's on the Public Realm Capital Programme, page 470. There's a huge number of them that say, they identify what the projects are and say underway. Now that's not like Neil where it says it'll tell us when projects will start. but I'd like to know what stage they are at and when they're likely to be completed, because underway does nothing other than say they've been triggered, and some have been outstanding for 2 and 3 years. I'll not deal with specifics because it's a local issue again, but there is an issue with underway. Doesn't give members enough information, I don't think, to satisfy what they would expect to learn from reports like this. Thanks, Chair.
I think the point's well made, and I've just before let William come in, I'm actually wondering if there's a sort of infograph we could put onto some of these against these things. I've seen it in the Health Social Care Partnership. Jim's seen it as well, like a little card in a journey, and it shows you how far along the journey it is. Now, I appreciate that was with major strategic things where this is the nuts and bolts of what you do, isn't it? You know, so how practical would it be to have something like that included into that update that you're talking about?
Yeah, through you, Chair, we are looking at improving the quality of the information that goes in that appendix, and we do recognise that underway, if it's a particular wrong project, if things go out to tender, etc., it can be underway for quite a while. Some of the projects or schemes in there may have actually been carried forward from previous years, so they might have been noted on a previous year's work programme then carried forward. Again, if we'll do everything we can to make that appendix a bit more user-friendly.
Okay, Jim? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I'm absolutely happy with that. A couple of projects are bothering me, but I'll catch up with the appropriate officers. It's just the length of time seems to me to be quite considerable, and there's no real progress identified on what the report says. But no, I'm happy with that from William. That's great. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, brilliant. Ian Howie?
Chair, I think I was first to speak.
Oh, Sean, I beg your pardon. I thought it was the previous item. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it was really just, I think, 3.29 onwards to about 3.32. It's really just to put on record the thanks to the officers for all the work they've done up to now with regards to the footbridges at Annan River, and, you know, the fact that, you know, hopefully we'll approve the 75,000 that will recover the bridges in a safe manner. And I just thought, is there any just quick updates or anything, or what the next steps will be?
William, Duncan, are you able to come in with that? Yeah.
Yes, through yourself, Chair. We're currently continuing our preparations for the removal of the footbridges, and then in parallel with that, we have been investigating the ownership of the bridges themselves, just as mentioned in the report, just in terms of authority, etc. for that. But yes, we are making good progress in the preparations, and obviously, if we get the approval of funding, then we would be in a position to move forward on that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Duncan. Are you okay with that then, Sean? Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Okay, Ian Howie?
Thanks, Chair. Not a question, just to take the opportunity to highlight the excellent work from Castle Douglas 3 of Rovers Youth Group, along with the Council between Mark Geddes and Scott McMeekin. Excellent collaboration. It's going to really rejuvenate the pitches at Castle Douglas High School and make playing youth football more open to all. Just excellent work.
Thanks very much. I think I'll just leave that as a well done. Thank you very much. Who else have I got? Sorry, someone just picked up. Pauline. Sorry, Pauline.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to put on record my thanks to Mike Fox, Duncan MacDonald and the team in particular for the work done on the Forestry Wind Farm Road in our ward, because there was a lot of distress caused and a ward event was set up which was fairly successful. So thank you so much to all of you, because I know it was a tremendous amount of work involved there. On that point, Chair, can I just mention at 2.4 with the recommendations, it is with regards to that, and I think I'd spoken to you, Mike, just to check now that the work's being handed over to the wind farms, can we make sure that the snow states are inputted across the region, or the wind farms, or somebody is taking control of that with all the adverse weather that we've been having? We don't want to be in the same situation across the region with so many vehicles coming off the roads when they can't see the laybys during the winter period. So if you could just assure me that that will happen this winter, I'd be most grateful. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, are we okay with that? Yeah. Mike, do you want to take that?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I can confirm that we're in constant communication with the wind farm operators. So I can assure you that that's already in place.
Okay, you all right with that, Pauline?
That is brilliant. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Mike.
Right, okay, no problem. I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to come in. I'll just give them a minute or two, guys, to see. Right, I'm not getting anything, so I'm just going to move to the recommendation. Oh, hello, who's that?
Ronnie Tate.
Oh, hi, come in, Ronnie.
Just a quickie on 3.19. You know, there's some problem up at the U7368 Whiteaside Langham. I'm just looking for some timelines and that if possible. When basically it's going to be fixed.
Is that Whiteaside? Is that the one you're talking about? Mike, do you want to just go ahead?
Thanks, Chair. We've had some reasonable progress with this over the last sort of 2 or 3 weeks, and we're hopeful that we'll be on site to start some of the preliminary works early January. But I can also do some sort of update for members offline. Happy to do that, given the recent progress over the last sort of few days.
Thanks very much, Mike. Can you copy in the 3 ward members for that? Yeah. Thank you very much. You okay with that?
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Okay, right. Okay, good. So in that case now, I will now go to the recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.6?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much. As I said at the declarations of interest, I will come out of the meeting now. I'll obviously listen to it, but I won't partake in the debate or discussions. Hand you across to Vice Chair to take you through this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Agenda item 25, Major Festivals and Event Strategy 2018 to 2021. This report seeks members' approval to extend the current Council's Major Festivals and Event Strategy 2018 to 2021 for 1 further financial year. This report updates members on the recommended spending profile of the Major Festivals and Events budget for 2022 to 23 and seeks member agreement on the engagement for the development of a new Major Festivals and Events strategy. Harry Hay is available on Teams to take any questions on the report with assistance from his other colleagues as required, Lee Seaton and Ian Barr. Have you got anything you want to add to this report, Harry?
No, thanks, Vice Chair. Just happy to go to questions, Ta.
Right, it's open to members for questions now. Here we go. Wait. Tracy.
Is that me called in, Chair?
Called you in, Tracy.
All right. Oh, thank you, Chair. It's just actually a curiosity. 2.1 one recommendations is to agree to extend the existing Major Festival and Event strategy for 1 other financial year. And in 3.8, at the bottom of that paragraph on page 474, it's the required research and engagement with partners for developing a new major festivals and event strategy will now take place over the year. Now, my curiosity is, how long do events remain on our list of signature events? You know, how long do we fund them for? I was looking on the criteria and I can't see any sort of information on that, and whether we only do it for so long and then maybe the events are up and running, or I don't know how it works. I mean, is it open-ended? Can you apply and be successful or not over and over if you fit the criteria that we have? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely supportive of every single thing on that list. They're all very worthy, but I'm just curious about, is there a length of time that we support events or not? Thank you.
Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. The answer to that is that the signature events were identified for the duration of this strategy, which was for 4 years. And members will recall there was an extensive interim review, mid-term review. That review took place 2 years ago. With the extension of the strategy, they then have that 5-year period. And the new strategy will obviously look at the signature events policy and how we continue it and how signature events are defined in future.
Thanks, Ian. Is that okay, Tracy?
Can I come back in a wee minute, Chair? Thanks for that, Ian. If I'm right, some of the events are on the strategy for a second time. That's what I mean, and they're not just been going for the previous 4 years. They've been on for quite some time. So is this something that, I mean, I've not got an objection to it. I'm just looking for a wee bit of clarity. It's just, because I said, a curiosity. If if an event fits the criteria that we have at the moment, I know that may change when we're doing this research and engagement, for making a new strategy. If you fit the strategy, there's always a chance that you can keep coming and keep coming. And if that's so, are we a wee bit in danger of blocking potential new events? Because we want these events all to be successful. We want them here, all of them, but we've only got limited funding, as we know. So if new events come along, are we in danger of blocking? It's just a wee bit of a curiosity, but a wee bit of a worry.
Chair, can I come in quickly?
Yes, Ian.
Just very quickly, I completely endorse what you're saying, and to date there's not been a reason to delist signature events. They're all performing very well, Councillor. But the point is well made, is that if we take a football analogy, if there's an event that's coming up strongly and deserves promotion into the category of signature event, how do we manage that? And the new event strategy, I think, will look at that issue.
Thank you, Ian. Is that okay now, Tracy?
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Chair.
Jim Dempster, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's just very briefly, I remember when this strategy was developed right at the outset, and at that time it was only a 3-year plan on the basis that the organisation would then be able to self-fund. And there is a risk that it'll finish up a core funded project, which wasn't really the intention of the project in its initial inception. And the Wickerman's a good example of that. It was one of the first to receive funding. So if it's been reviewed, absolutely fine. But I'd be concerned if someone became core funded per se and no really projects in their own right. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Who? Anyone else? Any comments? A couple of minutes. Nobody else want to come in? We'll go to the recommendations. The review recommendations 2.1 to 2.7. Agreed. It's fine. Thanks. Back to the chair now.
Thanks very much, John. Okay, we're going to item number 26, the Regional Indoor Tennis Centre. The report updates members on the potential development of a 3-court regional indoor tennis centre for Dumfries and Galloway, and request that members agree to consider a capital allocation towards the project as part of the budget development process for 22-23. I've got Harry Hay available in Teams to take any questions in the report with assistance from Lee Seaton as required. Okay, Harry, Lee, have you anything to add to this report at this time?
No, thanks, Chair.
Okay, so we go straight to questions then.
Andy, Councillor Stitt here. I think this would be a great asset to Dumfries and Galloway, an indoor tennis court. I know it's asking for an allocation up to £250,000, but I think to promote tennis in Dumfries and Galloway, especially for juniors, I think it'd be a great development throughout the region. And I think Dumfries and Galloway is awash with great sports. A lot of the curlers have just won gold medals in competitions, but most of the other sports in Dumfries and Galloway have got indoor facilities throughout the year. Tennis is mostly just a summer sport, though. You see the brave one out in the winter's night playing in Dalbeattie courts, but I think this would be a great asset to Dumfries and Galloway. And I know it's up to Lawn Tennis Scotland where they pick to build the site, but I think this would be a great asset to us.
Thanks, David. Ian Blake, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I too welcome it. I think it would be a great asset. I'm a bit, however, disappointed that I think initially when this was given to us, we were advised that it was going to be fully funded centrally, and it's very gradual over a period of time. It's now asked for a contribution of 250,000. Can you maybe get some guidance on that one?
Okay, I think it's actually up to 250k, not necessary to, but I'll let Lee, or has Lee got to answer this, Harry? Yep.
Yeah,
okay, Lee.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, so Councillor Blake is correct to a degree there that when we previously presented to members, the central funding from Sport Scotland and Lawn Tennis Association through Tennis Scotland was as it is now, which is the up to 1 million. What we had previously been envisaging was that we would seek external monies through additional funds, which we are still doing. We're in regular discussion with the Hollywood Trust, who will welcome a capital application. What we were also seeking to do was try and get a significant sum in through community benefactors, which we had some positive discussions on pre-COVID. However, with increased costs and changes in the market quite significantly, post the lockdown period, we're no longer in that position that we can guarantee that level of investment. So hence why we're back in front of members to try and progress this forward with an up to allocation from the council to ensure it can be delivered. However, Chair, what I will note is that we are still continuing to work with both the community partner who operate the site at King George V. On behalf of the council, they are a registered charity. They do have access to funds that we, as a local authority, do not, and would seek to try and bring down our up to 250k allocation if we were successful in obtaining funds through the charity body of Queen of the South Trust. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee, for that.
Can I come back in briefly?
Yeah, any come in, yeah.
Thank you for that, Lee. That explains to a degree. Can I ask that if we were successful in getting funds from elsewhere, that would come from our up to 250,000 and it wouldn't come from the up to £1 million coming from the Scottish Government?
Yeah, if I may, Chair. So, yes, Sport Scotland and Tennis Scotland criteria is very clear that they will give up to two-thirds of the total project cost. Now, the total project cost that we have estimated is at 1.5 million. So the two-thirds of that Tennis Scotland and Sport Scotland will provide remains at that £1 million. So that isn't for debate. It's how we source that additional fund through other external sources and or council contributions. So if we were successful in achieving other external monies, community benefactor or charitable trusts, then our allocation would come down and Sport Scotland, Tennis Scotland would remain the same.
Okay with that, Ian?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Rob Davidson and then Ian Howie.
Thanks, Chairman. I'm supportive of this. I think that the clarification provided by Lee response to Mike's question is helpful, but certainly, you know, it's an up to 250k contribution towards a £1.5 million project, which, you know, is possibly towards the lower end of contributions that we've been asked to make to projects over the years. You know, not suggesting that those sorts of sums of money should be allocated lightly, but I do think that this has a lot of merit. And I think the scale of our contribution by comparison with the overall package would seem to me to be reasonable. Also recognising, particularly as Lee's helpfully clarified, that there are still options and opportunities for additional external funding to be gained for the project. So I'm very happy with the recommendations, Chairman, and I think we should absolutely proceed and support this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Ian Howie.
Thanks. You're very much the same as Rob. I was just looking for clarification early on, but I think it's been answered that we would end up having a 1.5 million facility for a maximum stake of 250k. Am I correct in that assumption?
Lee's nodding. Yeah, that's right.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Lee.
Ideal. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak?
Chair, the Vice Chair would like.
Come in, John.
Cheers, Andy. I really support this. Like, if you'd seen the news last week, we had, I think it was Judy Murray and her two sons were on there complaining about the lack of progress towards indoor courts in Scotland. It had taken, as I say, it had taken them 2 years. 2 years and nothing had happened. Like, so I think if we go ahead with the recommendations here, like, and push it ahead as soon as we can, it would certainly be a big boost to tennis in Scotland, considering it probably Andy Murray's on his last legs.
Yeah, and I think we're claiming every Aussie or Kiwi has got a Scottish name as well as being Scottish, but never mind. Absolutely, I saw that as well, John. And you're right. And I think it's in the papers here, isn't it? But just two things for people who are listening or watching this, Lee. We've been in touch with every tennis club in the region, and they're all in agreement, is my understanding. And we've been selected as a potential area out of 1 of 6 in Scotland by Tennis Scotland. Is that correct?
Chair, yes, that's correct. So there is a regional tennis organisation called D&G Tennis that we've been engaging with that has all the member clubs represented. So they have provided to us letters of support ahead of our applications into Sport Scotland. And yes, as detailed at 3.2 in the report, that's a list of priority areas geographically across Scotland that have been identified for benefiting from this fund.
Yeah, and I suppose just for my own benefit here, so I take it this will bring with it specialist coaching, and when we talk about regional, we're not talking about Dumfries and Galloway, are we? We're talking about the south of Scotland. Am I right in that?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so first and foremost, we work with Dumfries and Galloway Tennis to ensure that the Dumfries and Galloway clubs have priority access for our Dumfries and Galloway squads, but it will be available out with that to a wider audience across the South West Scotland. And of course, we want to attract events to the facility as well that would bring from much further afield in our neighbouring boundaries. In relation to the coaching and development that you referred to within the business plan, the community operator that we work with, so the Queen of the South Charitable Trust, they're pursuing external funding applications to employ a tennis development officer as part of this portfolio that within the business plan will become a sustainable position within 3 years.
Yeah, that's excellent. I'm just looking here. Are we ready to move to recommendations? Sorry, Ian, Howie, did you get a chance to speak? Yeah. Yeah, you did. Yeah.
I did. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a senior moment, Ian. Sorry. Right. Okay, then. So I'm going to recommendations. Are we happy to move recommendations 2.1 to 2.4?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Lee. Thanks, Harry. We'll move on to agenda item 27, the roads maintenance review, annual status and options report. Provides members with a summary of the status of the road and infrastructure assets. William Neal is available in Teams to take any questions on the report with assistance from other colleagues as required. And Mike Fox, I think, is there as well. Can I see you? Are you online? I'm looking for William. I see Mike's there anyway. Mike, is William in the office there with you? But, a hiatus here, guys. Are people hearing me?
Yes. Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you, Andy.
Right, okay. Mike, can you take this forward? Try to find an officer who can actually take this forward for us.
Just defer it for 2 months, Chair, if our officers are not here. Make sure
Aye, very good, Jim.
Chair, it says that they're in the meeting.
It says they're in the meeting, but we can't hear them. I don't know what to go to private. The next item on the agenda is private session, you see, so need to get this out of the way first before we do that.
Can I suggest that the 2 members come out of the meeting and come back in, just in case we've got a connection issue? Thank you.
Can somebody get in touch with Mike by text or email or something?
Phone him.
That's what I'm asking for, yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for them?
Well, I suppose, yeah, that's the reasonable starting point, isn't it? I mean, was there anybody had any questions on this report?
Chair, we don't want to start having officers no present unless somebody might have a question for them. The officer present a report and then members ask questions if need be.
Here's William coming on now. Yeah. Okay. We've had a wee glitch, obviously. Okay, we've introduced your item 27, William. Have you anything you want to add to the report?
No, happy to go straight to questions. Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, that's a necessary step asking you. Jim was right. Okay, then, any questions? It's not looking like it, folks. I'll just give a couple of minutes.
Chair, Councillor Wood has a.
Oh, Andrew, sorry. Do you want to come in, Andrew? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in fairness, on reading the report, it's pretty well detailed and set out in a reasonable sort of format. It does highlight just how bad our roads are, and I'm deeply concerned that we're talking about backlog increasing by 14% in a year. And if that goes on year, just exactly where are we going to be? Because I don't see us catching up in any near future. And I note your recommendation, I think it's 4, where you're looking at possibly being able to hold things as they are at the moment, but not actually improving. What are the answers that you can bring forward to try and get our roads back into a reasonable state? Because I'm sure every elected member listening today must be getting complaints from their constituents. I don't believe I'm the only one.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The report is an indication of the investment levels previously and potential scenarios in the future. And as you pointed out, scenario 4 is the highest spend, or they're not actually recommendations, they're just scenarios. And it just says if you spend this, this is the impact that it will have on the condition of the road network. As you pointed out, we do have a large backlog. Many other local authorities in Scotland have the same. I think it was Glasgow City Council, which reported recently, have over £92 million spend or backlog. And it's a case of the more you invest early on, the better chance you've got of preventing the deterioration on the road network. So this report is really just about painting the picture of the condition of the road networks and potential changes based on investment scenarios. And again, I'd like to say there are no recommendations in it. We're not saying you must spend this. It's timed well so that when it comes to budget setting, etc., there's opportunities for members to look at different investment options and make an informed choice. And that is really the purpose of the report.
Thank you for that. I must say, it is still quite depressing. And while they're not recommendations, I think that you're really indicating a direction that would be beneficial to the area or the region, I think is what's being presented in front of us. Now, my concern as well is that we're probably one of the lowest spend per kilometre within the whole of Scotland. And I was always led to believe that the Scottish Government did it on a taxation, the road tax, amount of road tax being presented to an area gave you part of the equation that they put to what or how they assessed how much we as a region should get. Now, I've since been told that is not the case. So therefore, we are, according to my sources, getting the correct amount of resources being brought forward in relation to other councils. Why is it we are falling behind?
Thank you for the question. Through you again, Chair. We effectively spend the amount that's allocated through the capital programme awards. So in terms of the block grant that comes to the council, administration then make a choice on where those monies get spent, and it goes to all departments. We get our capital allowance, and then we come to this committee with the best possible spend scenarios to maintain the road network and other infrastructure assets.
Through yourself, Chair, so just for clarity, the monies that come down from the Scottish Government to the Council are there to meet road repairs. It is for the administration within their budget to set how much they wish to spend on the local network. And clearly there's a deficiency. Would I be correct in saying that?
Through you, Chair, what my response to that would be, again, we get allocated funds as per the capital budget setting, and we spend it appropriately. The decisions that are made to allocate that money is not for this committee or not for our team.
Thank you. I appreciate your response.
Nice try, Andrew. Okay, anybody else got a question? Oh, Jane, can you come?
Thank you very much. What I was going to ask is, have you got any idea how the questionnaire is designed? You know, whether you're definitely capturing people who are, let's say, car owners or non-car owners, pedestrians, bicyclists. Do you see what I mean? I mean, do we know whether it's a really representative survey? I mean, if I was to be cynical and say that I received something through an online survey and it said, how do you rate your roads? Well, if I'd fallen into a pothole, I'd be really quite keen to fill it in. If I hadn't, and I'm not a road user and just not quite so keen, I would put it in the bin. So how do we know that we're actually really getting a well-designed questionnaire?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, we one of the recommendations in this report is to adopt the Scots survey. That survey is used by all 32 local authorities. The first thing that will do is it will allow us to compare and benchmark against the other local authorities in terms of responses. Secondly, we have not received, or we have just actually received the contents of that particular questionnaire, and I'm more than happy to send it to every member of this committee, and it can be accessed online. And what we will also be doing as part of the road service review is publishing that link for the public to go and complete the survey.
Okay, Jane.
Right, so it is self-selecting then?
Through you, Chair, there are a set of questions that have been approved and set by Scots Society of Chief Transport of Scotland officers, and effectively they have sat and decided the best questions to ask to get the best answers in road condition across the whole of Scotland.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, Jane, thank you. William, just again, this is for people who might be listening or watching online. Where can you find out exactly what roads are the responsibility of the local authority and the ones that are the responsibility of Transport Scotland?
Thank you, Chair. On the Council's webpage, there is a list of public roads with a map, and it clearly indicates which roads are maintained by Dumfries and Galloway Council and which roads are maintained by trunk road operators. There's also a large PDF that runs about 300 pages, which has exact descriptions and road lengths.
Okay, so that's readily available on the website. Yeah, okay, thanks very much for that, William. That's some useful information, not only for elected members, but for members of the public. So thank you. Any more questions? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, so I'm going to move the recommendations. So are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.4?
Agreed.
No dissent. Agreed, so it's agreed. Thanks very much. Okay, I've now got no other business deemed urgent. I'm going to break now from finish the public meeting, and we will enter an exec meeting on a different channel. So thanks for everybody who's taken part so far, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes time
Chair,
on a separate list. Yes, sorry.
Can we just agree to exclude the public?
Does that come here, or does it come to the private meeting?
We would agree that first and then go to the private meeting.
Okay then, right, okay. No, just to make sure the notes reflect that, that's fair enough. Okay, so are we under item number 29? Are we consider the option of resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of section 50A, subsection 4, and paragraph 9 of part 1 of the schedule 7A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973? Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, we'll reconvene in a few minutes on the separate channel. Okay.